That's the chauffeur. Hasharam Matazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'atha, Latazak, no and not thou murder. La'atha, Kanab, no and not thou adultery. La'atha, Ganab, no and not thou steal. La'atha, Anashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'atha, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Torah, Yahya. Torah, Yahya. Praise Yah!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name.
Shalom, handsome young man. All praises to the Most High. Let me see. Get that out the way. Let me see if my volume is up. Okay, the volume is up, but it's kind of low. Hold on, I'm coming. Let me turn it up a little. Where is it at? 44, 45, 48. I'm going to have to turn it down later. I already know. Oh, I'm probably going to get loud tonight. Y'all already know from the thumbnail. I know y'all done seen the thumbnail and said, what in the Tar Heels? I know y'all done said, what in the Tar Nation is unked and lost his rabbit but mine? And then the title, I know everybody. Tonight, the title got to be triggering some people. Yeah, come on along. We got, let's discuss. Hold on. Sorry. A discussion. It's time to have a discussion, a discourse. Tonight's video title, Are All White People Evil? Woo. That's okay. You start none, won't be none. Now, my first answer, I would say, me personally, I would say no. But I'm going to see what thus say you after we bring out all this fruit tonight. Oh, yeah. It's going down tonight. All right, let me turn me. Yeah, it's going down tonight. All right, let me get me about right there. And then I can leave it right there for a second. So now let me see. Let me come to the comments. Oh, I'm small on the screen. All right, let me get myself together. Get yourself together. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, ooh, why is that so big, bro? Yeah. That's hilarious. I was about to say that's what she said. Y'all remember those old jokes? I apologize. I'm a righteous man, but sometimes it be in the thoughts. I apologize. I'm just making jokes. No, don't mean no offense, no disrespect. All right, I shouldn't even say that. It's the seventh day. Happy Shabbat. Yeah, hold on. I gotta get my life together. Seventh day, the Sabbath day. Remember and keep it holy forever. All right. It is also the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Sukkot. I'm going to do that. At the end of this video, I'm going to break down the Feast of Sukkot, the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Booth. It's a 7-day holy day. We're in the time of Thanksgiving, and All Hallows Eve, Day of the Dead, Halloween, and all that. But the Most High have holy days in the Bible. So thanks to Yeshua Allah, I'll be breaking down for y'all at the end of this what season we're in with the Feast of Tabernacles. For some people out there in tents somewhere, I ain't doing all that. I keep my holy days in spirit and in truth now, but some of y'all can practice it to play it out. Some of you could do it in your homes as well, right? With little tents with your kids. It'll be fun. Give them something to celebrate, because it's like you're taking Christmas and stuff away from them. So you give them the Most High's holy days. All right. So let's get started. The title. All right, okay, hold on. Let me come to the comments section and make sure. All right, shout out to Wrist Fly, shout out to Donna Yaz. Lava L, girl, where you been? Somebody pop you, Lava. Nah, I know you been. Praise the Most High. Good to see you, Lava L. All right. Y'all know once I get to know y'all, if y'all disappear, I miss y'all. Y'all know that, right? Everybody who in this ministry and everybody who come along, they realize, like, know who going? Sister Amanda. I knew sometime when they Christian, I'm like, they don't last for so long. They try to hold on. Shout out to Robin Yah, but then they be gone later. Shout out to Run Rock. And I'm like, oh, I remember y'all. Once y'all get my attention, it means something to me. I ain't no YouTube dude. I'm a man of the Most High for real, for real. I let this for real. So y'all ain't subscribers and followers. Y'all people. Y'all's children. All right. Once y'all get on my radar, I know. Shout out to Thy Word is Truth. All right. Shout out to who? Jamaican Cooley. I ain't seen him in a while too. Hebrew Jamaican Cooley. That's another brother from the UK. Sometimes I forget the name. Shout out to Sister Phyllis Richards. All right, let's get started. All right. So let me scroll back down. Shout out to Brother Creedale. Creedale in the building. All right. Creedale, I still got to get that phone call in with you, brother. I didn't get that in yet. I'm trying. All right. What she say? I've been keeping up. Y'all has me right here. I praise y'all. Praise y'all. All right, let's go. It's 50 of us on the live so far. Y'all gonna let me know. Well, I'm gonna get started. By the time I get through the intro, the video, tonight is gonna be a mess. Yeah, tonight. Oh, hold on. Let me put the invite. Let me bring my brothers and sisters on the screen, right? Let me get my life together. Sorry, my hair not braided, so I need to cut it. Y'all see how long this thing is now? It's going to back to my butt again. I'm about to cut this thing. It's not braided right now, so that's. I washed it yesterday. I didn't get a chance to braid it again. Sorry, guys. Y'all just give me a second. All right, there we go. So now the hair's back loose. All right, got myself together. All right, here we go. To everybody, it's going down. To the newer people that just find us, we live. All you got to do is fast forward this part and, all the intro, fast forward. And then when you watch the video, you get right to the video stuff. People's attention span is short. But we're on the live. All right, here we go. So let me put the link for my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Share screen. Oh, not share screen. Cancel. Where's the link? There. Copy. Oh, it's going down. Yeah, it's going down. Oh, we got some teaching to do. Oh, y'all going to learn something. We in class too. So y'all going to learn something in history that most of y'all have never heard before. Y'all going to find out tonight a hidden person in history that they hid. See, they hide the truth. All right? And this is a white person. All right? And they hid the truth of this righteous white person. So the video, are all white people evil? I don't believe so. So you're going to be able to discern for yourself tonight, right? All praise to the Most High. Shalom, young elder, Yaya Yazan, Yaya Zion, Yaya Zion, and to Yana Pa. All right, here we go. So, all right, Hakyama's here. All right, so she'll let anybody else in that comes in. All right. I was hoping some of my, what they would call so-called white brothers and sisters would join me on the screen, but I don't know if that's going to happen, but I tried. I thought that would be a nice thing to do tonight. So I put it in our WhatsApp chat, but I don't think nobody, maybe not. So it is what it is. I guess we have to teach this. Oh, Yakana said he trying to come in. All right, shout out to the young king. All right, so once your Hakanan come in, I'm going to let him, all right? Think of my other brother. Hold on, where he at? I can't add. Oh, Haki, I don't know. It won't let me add you. They will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. Zedekiah, you got to add your mic and your cam. They said you didn't add it. All right, so anyway, let me get started. So I'm going to let them in because tonight is such a touchy topic and what's going down that I really didn't want some other white people that might see this and come in to be triggered from the title and think we are teaching hate and prejudice and bigotry and all that. No, we're going to teach the truth. We're going to show the truth. We're going to teach the truth. Matter of fact, let me show you some truth. Share screen. might as well just start. Let's go. Let's go. This is truth. This is called American history. Okay? All right? And it's the same history that I did in the other live where this administration is trying to remove this history from all the museums, the schools, the libraries. Oh yeah, they want to remove this history. But this history is the truth. Y'all see? Oh, love it, it's going down. Oh yeah, y'all go on, get your food, get your popcorn, put your feet up, go on, put the kids to bed, tell them to shut up, get the little brats, tell them to get them butts in the room or something. Or the ones who watch Unc, tell them, Unc, on, hurry up, get the stuff, come on out the kitchen. Some of y'all might got the little babies in there grabbing your snacks, tell them, come on in, Unc, on, let's go. Now y'all see this? This is some of the craziest. This got to be one of the most craziest pictures for Black people that I've ever seen. Some of the most, fear, terror. I'm gonna zoom it in. First of all, let me zoom in on Santa Claus. Oh my. Y'all see that? What the so-called Black people must have went through the 60s and the 50s and the 40s and the 30s and the 20s and the terror that they must. This is Santa Claus. You see it? And look what he's doing. He's giving. We're gonna break this down. We're gonna break. I'll let the video. Oh yeah, I'm about to show y'all video proof. I'll let the video break down what's happening here. I could tell y'all, but I don't want to. I'll let the video break it down. All right. Now this man is supposed to be 100 and something years old, and that's his wife. Do y'all see? Can you imagine the terror that they have in the, or what was done before and after this photo was taken? Shout out to Sister Carmen. This is really, really scary to so-called Black people in America because we know what has happened from this group of Christians. Oh. Oh, yeah, it's going down tonight. Oh, yeah, they Christians. Yeah, they is. Yeah, they is, because that's a cross on their chest and all that. Oh, no, no, sorry, Christians. You don't get away with saying they not Christians. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they is. Yeah, they is, because Christianity was started in this spirit. Yeah, the real Christianity. You can't make it. You could try to make it whatever else. Nah. History don't lie. People do. Well, numbers don't lie. Historical facts don't lie. People lie and try to twist history. You heard? But no. We go to the root. So you see this? And then this over here. See that? That's a cross on his chest. They're Christian. They raising this little white boy Christian. This is a picnic. Right? And the word picnic came from pickaninny. Pickaninny. And it was to be pick-a-igger. They used to pick blacks to burn and hang. Right? That's where the picnic come from. Some people don't know that around the world, especially the youth. They took all this stuff out of that's why they're trying to erase this history. All right? So again, are all white people evil? No, I would say no. I would say it. But we're going to let y'all decide. Another title I had, first I had, are all Christians evil? I had that first before I had, are all white people evil? And then I decided to change it because I didn't want them to think it was, about whatever. So I changed it to are all, what's the name? So I had a couple of different, did I do the other one? Yeah, that's all right. I don't gotta show y'all. Let's get started. I had a couple of different thumbnails, right? And then I just changed it. I said all. So I had this one. This was one. I said, let's see. Change that. Then I had this one. Terror at night. Hold on, let me see. Make sure y'all can see what I'm saying. Yeah, y'all can see it. Right? And I said, and I had this full screen. The picture. I changed it. I had this one, Terror at Night. I changed it. I had this one with white, Terror at Night. I'm like, ooh, that looked kind of creepy. The white part, Terror. I changed it. Then I decided to go with, I had Let's See, and then at the last minute, I decided to change it to Wow. Just wow. All right? All right. So let's get started. This is the thumbnail. This is an American Christian organization called the KKK. And for Christmas, you'll find out what's going on in this picture. This was Christmas. And they went and got these two black elders. This is a horrifying thing, honestly. Honestly, it is. All right, let's go. Let me add Shalom Zedekiah. Let me switch him up to, I want Zedekiah up at the top near me. So I'm going to remove you, Elder, and then you come back in. Move Elder. That'll push Zedekiah up. Then I can, oh, there you go. All right, there you go. I can switch. All right, because I don't want him to be at the bottom. I want them to see we are not a racist ministry. We are not. All right, I'm going to remove her. Bring Zedekiah back up. Okay, let me move Zedekiah. That's how I do it. Add to the stage. Then I learn how to work it. Remove Zedekiah, then bring him back up. Oh, they put him at the bottom. All right, remove that. I'll leave him. The second is fine. And then I think they put Hakiyama up because she's, what's her name? Hold on. Add to the stage. There we go. And then let me try to add Hakiyama. Yeah. And then if I add Elder. All right, so she's a co-host, so they put her above. All right, so let's get started. Let me add the family. Okay, so let me remove. Y'all give me 1 second. Let me remove the elder, remove, and then add the elder back. There we go. All right. So that's Zedekiah in our ministry, Chaliam Young King. That's Yahakanan and Kayana in our ministry married. These are what you call so-called white people. Oh yeah, this ministry is not racist. I have my righteous brothers and sisters that have been with me for years. All right, they've been with our ministry for years. You understand? Now, let's go. Tonight's study. I asked if they didn't mind some of my brother, what they call so-called white brothers and sisters would join me on the screen because of how touchy this subject is. I didn't want nobody to think we teaching racism or nothing. We just gonna teach the truth and we're gonna expose it. Yeah, we're gonna expose it. Let me get started right now. Tonight, children, brothers and sisters of the Most High all over the world, we're going to speak plainly, open, and truthful tonight. I'm asking the question in this thumbnail. We're going to see videos that's going to expose. You're going to see some stuff that's going to trigger. But you know, Unc, I'm going to bring balance. And then we're going to also learn something that they hid from history. All right? I'm asking the question tonight that many fear, that many are scared to ask, but many have pondered. Are all white people evil? This question is because of what have happened throughout the generations across the four corners of the planet Earth. Will leave people to ponder, are all white people evil? See, this statement of are all Christians evil is what I first had. You heard? But then I said, all right, let me condense it down. See, this is an unsettling conversation, right? But history itself forces us to wrestle with this question. For the blood in the soil and the earth cries out from the ground. The scars and of centuries demand an answer to this question. For when we trace the history of Christianity in the hands of Europe, in the hands of America, all we find as a common theme is a river of blood. Follows everywhere white Christianity has gone. We're going to get some understanding tonight. Y'all listen clearly what I mean. We find the cross entangled with the noose. We find the hymns and the songs sung beside burning flesh. We find the enslavers, what they call the colonizers, who came to the lands with a Bible in one hand, but a gun in the other hand, preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ while stealing the land, enslaving nations, and erasing cultures and their history in the name of Jesus Christ. The prophet Habakkuk saw such of these men thousands of years ago. And he said, woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establisheth a city by iniquity. Habakkuk 2:12. See, the Bible speaks against this, but the Bible is not Christian. Or it ain't. The Bible ain't never been Christian. When they made the Bible Christian, that happened in Greece and Rome. The Greco-Romans made the Christian Bible. The actual Bible and the actual people of the book, the actual followers of the way was never Christian. So what you see on the screen are actually Christians. But you got these modern day foolish blacks and modern day foolish whites and modern day foolish Hispanics and modern day foolish whatever trying to separate Christianity from the true Christianity, trying to make us new. Same thing they're trying to do with Halloween. Oh, we just call it trunk or treat, right? We just call it trunk or treat. We're not celebrating the dead. And yeah, you is. You can't separate the truth. You can't make it, gloss it over. Same thing they doing with Thanksgiving. Oh, we're not celebrating the killing of the natives, the original aboriginals, the what they call them, the indigenous natives to the America. No, we just getting together and doing our turkey and ham. The devil's a lie. You can't. You can't. Christ is mass. You want to celebrate sin and transgression, you're a hypocrite. You're actually Christian. Ooh. Ooh. Now that's real Christianity. Oh, Christians, y'all gonna take a L tonight. It's going down tonight. That's true Christianity. But they wanna get mad at the alt-right. They want to get mad at the white, and they calling them racists and saying that's not real. Because the alt-right is calling them Christian nationals, they call themselves. Yeah, they actually Christian nationals. It's actually their religion. See, this is where black people need to take several seats. This is where we get ourselves into some mess. Get out their business. That ain't even your religion. Not Christianity ain't. Now, the Holy Manuscript Bible was yours. Yes, it is ours. Now, they stole and wrote they likeness, but the Most High said he will be able to decipher. He'll give us the keys, right? But the actual religion of Christianity was made by the Greeks, the ditties, yeah, and the Romans, Greco-Roman. Sorry, not sorry. The Messiah was never a Christian, and his name was never Jesus. So I'm sorry that y'all want to make this ditty religion and then want to get mad at the alt-right white people or get mad at the KKK and say they ain't Christian. Oh no, they are Christians. That is Christianity. Created on the blood of the innocent, on the slaughter. That's what it was created for. Oh yeah, don't get it twisted. Just like America was created on political violence. And now they want to get it mad because of the Captain Kirk dude that they slaughtered. They sacrificed him. Talking about America shouldn't stand for political violence. America was built on political violence. See how hypocritical everything is? Nah. When we take the history of Christianity, yeah, Islam, that's religion. Come on, Wristfly. Yes. When we take the history of but Christianity is more blood in Christianity than even Islam. And Islam had more time and more people than Christianity. But there was more blood in Christianity than any religion. They even surpassed Islam. When we trace the history of Christianity all through the lands of Europe, where it was created, Greco-Roman, when we trace the history into the lands of America, we trace a river of blood. That's where we see the cross entangled with the noose. We see the songs sung, the hymns beside burning flesh. And we find the enslavers, the colonizers who came with the Bible while enslaving nations, erasing cultures, and stealing land. Again, Habakkuk 2:12. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establisheth a city by iniquity. Woe unto them. For their towns, their nations, their empires were built not on righteousness, but on blood. In the name of Jesus. Y'all listen clearly. Shout out to Salah. Tonight, we're going to show you on this thumbnail, you are introduced, well, you know it, but this is the KKK. They call them the Ku Klux Klan. These were men in hoods, pointed hoods, who came in the name of Jesus Christ. This created being that was created in Greece, Greco-Roman, right? That did not, the Messiah name was never Jesus, and he was never no Christ. The Bible says the Messiah who's being interpreted as the Christ. The Bible said in another part of the Bible, Hakyama put it, said the one that they called the Christ. The Bible says in Antioch is when they were first called Christians by the enslavers, the Romans. Okay, but people want to see, oh, I got a lesson. I got a whole nother, that's going to trigger somebody. I don't want to give it away. I got another one coming, a deeper one. Oh, it's coming. Y'all going to see the title. It's going down. All these hypocrites. Hypocrites. That's what did the Messiah call them all through the Bible? You hypocrites. You hypocrites. That's all he called them. You see? The Bible says you love the lie. They don't care about the truth. They love the lie. So the KKK, hooded men who came in the name of this Jesus Christ, they lit crosses on fire as a sign of purity while lynching, terrorizing, burning, murdering the actual people of the Bible. Oof. They called themselves defenders of Christian civilization. These are the Christians. They actually, Sister Kelly Perry, they actually prayed before they would unalive. Yeah, they quoted scriptures while they were stringing up black bodies onto the trees. Strange fruit. Oh yeah, this is Christianity. But the book of Amos says, I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them. Oh, they was burning our bodies. Burnt offerings. Y'all just don't know how deep this go. Amos 5 and 12. See, the true Christianity is actually a stench in the Most High Yah's nostrils. He says, I will not smell. In your solemn assemblies. He was talking to the Israelites too, because they did the same thing before the Christians. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. See, Christianity is a stench in the Most High's nostrils. He rejects those prayers and their worship is hated. So you got the alt-right and they're trying to say, well, they're not real Christians. Oh, yes, they is. The ones who march with torches that are chanting today, you will not replace us. You will not replace us. With Charlie Kirk. Him. Our condolences to his family. You will not replace us. Replacement theory. See, they storm the halls, they storm the streets and march draped in crosses, flags, hoods, and hate. They say they are defending this Christian nation. America is a Christian nation. Greco-Roman, true. There is no, sorry, black, you can't take their religion. You cannot take their religion. Somebody need to, but guess what? You don't wake up. Keep it up. You'll see that you got a choice to make. And then the other nations, y'all, you can be converted into their religion, Christianity. Because Christianity is the white man's religion. The Bible is not the white man's book. The white man enslaved 72 Hebrews, and when after they and enslaved Egypt, okay, and built the city of Alexander the Diddy, they call him the Great or the Greek, right? And they made them they wrote this religion called Christianity from the enslaved ditties, okay? That's how this Christianity religion was created. And then the Romans took it even further, all right? So that's their religion. And so they took the Most High's name out. They put the Lord, they put God, they changed the seventh day worship of the Most High, the seventh day, the Sabbath, holy day, remember forever, Sunday, they don't care. And people love the lie. You got Christians who so hypocritical, they'll sit up there and say, they love the Bible, they love God, they love Jesus, right? And then the 10 Commandments tell you, remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy forever. That's the seventh day. And they'll say, we're going to do Sunday worship. See, they love the lie. They choose. Shalom Zaziyah. All right? So, they read their Bibles. They sit in their churches. They declare Jesus with their lips while their hearts drip with hatred. Yeah, that's what the religion was built on. Enslavement. That's what it is. That's Christianity. You can't change it and make it into something else. Like you can't do it with Halloween. I'm sorry, you can't. See, the Messiah spoke of them, the true one, the Messiah, the Messiah. He said, beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. You shall know them by their fruits. And the fruits of the Christian religion is death. See, when we look across the oceans, you got to look across the Mayam, the waters. For centuries, the enslavers, what they change it to colonizers. You see, what they do with these language guys, they change the words to make them sound better. So they change enslavers to colonizers, right? We come to colonize, right? So these enslavers, who they call colonizers, they arrived onto the shores with a Bible in one hand and a sword in the other. They came preaching salvation of Jesus, but they left with gold, spices, and the people's land. They baptized with water while enslaving with chains. And they called this the Great Commission. But it was actually the Great Conquest. See, the Bible does tell us to do the Great Commission. It tells us to go to the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue, and people to bring them to righteousness for righteous sakes. It tells us to be righteous and just and holy. But they do it in conquest. Psalms 10 describes this perfectly. It says, he sitteth in lurking places of the villages. In the secret places doth he murder the innocent. He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. He do catch the poor when he draweth them into his net. Psalms 10 and 8. He sitteth in lurking places of the villages. In the secret places do he murder the innocent. He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. And he does catch the poor when he draweth in his net. Yeah, they came with nets. They came with nets called bartering and trading. They came with the net of slavery. They came with the net of Christianity to the shores. And nation after nation after nation upon nation was devoured. Millions upon millions died under the shadow of Christianity's expansion. The native originals of the Americas, the Africans torn from their homelands, the islands all through the Caribbean, all over the world, stripped of culture and language, entire nations baptized in Christianity's blood. And still, they declared themselves righteous. They still sung their songs. They still prayed to this God, this Greco-Roman God, and this Jesus, and this Trinity that they made up. Yeah, this is Christianity, the real one. Full and dripping of blood. This is the legacy of Christianity's empire. So the question remains, are all Christians evil? Are all white people evil? See, that's why we take a quick pause. For though the river of blood is undeniable, though the crimes of these Christians and whites are vast, the Most High has always preserved a remnant. There's always been those who stood against the tide, those who risked their lives, their wealth, their very souls for the sake of truth. In history, there's a white man called John Brown. Now, this man, John Brown, did not just speak out against slavery. Nah. He put in work against slavery. He gathered his men, his own sons. He gathered men black and white. And he fought physically, mentally, physically, and spiritually against the enslavement of people. At Harper's Ferry, him and his sons actually died to free the enslaved so-called black man, woman, and child. And the Christians called him a madman. They called John Brown a terrorist. But the Most High Yah calls our white brother John Brown righteous. So they won't make no movies on him. That ain't the one. I'm going to bring y'all one that they erased from history later. Yo, come on, it's going down. Y'all going to learn tonight. Oh no, the Most High calls him righteous. The Most High calls him a man that stands on truth and honor and righteousness. Yeah. They erased his history. Like they're trying to erase our history from the history books. The Bible says, open thy mouth for the dumb, in the cause of all such are appointed to destruction. The Bible says, open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and the needy. Book of Proverbs 31:8. Open thy mouth for the dumb, in the cause of all such as are appointed to destruction. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And you know what John Brown did? My white brother, the Bible says he who keeps my father's commandments and stands for righteousness, for righteous sakes, you know them by their fruit. That is my mother, father, sister, or brother. My brother John Brown opened his mouth. Proverbs 31, open thy mouth. Judge righteously and plead the cause of the poor and the needy. John Brown opened his mouth, and he did more than his mouth. He opened his hand. He opened his wallet. He opened his family. He opened his life. And he stood to death for the cause of the poor and the needy. Now, the videos you're going to see, it's going to disturb, and then we're going to bring balance, because there's someone else you're going to learn about tonight, a white man. He wasn't perfect. But he was a candle in this dark world, because Yah always leaves a candle. He always leaves a light. Always. In the book of Romans, it says, even so then at this present time also there's a remnant according to the election of grace. Romans 11:5. There's always been a remnant. There's always been a few who resisted the poison darts of the Christianity's empire and stood for the truth, not for religious sake, not for no man-made religion. So are all white people evil? No, because John Brown wasn't. And this other one y'all gonna learn tonight was. I don't want to give it away. But history shows the vast majority of Christians and whites have walked in deception, bloodshed, and hypocrisy. And that river of blood is too deep for us to ignore. The graves are too many for us to deny. And if we are to be honest, as the Most High calls us to be, brutally, truthfully honest, we have to tell the truth that Christianity has been one of the greatest weapons of oppression, death, and destruction that the world has ever known. The Bible says, for the sins of her prophets and the iniquities of her priests that have shed the blood of the just in the midst of her. Lamentations 4:13. The sins of their prophets, their priests, their pastors, their missionaries, They have filled the whole entire earth with blood in the name of this Jesus Christ. But still the Most High Yah is just. He will weigh every man. He will judge every heart. He will not condemn the righteous with the wicked. He will not blot out John Brown with the Ku Klux Klan. He will not erase the righteous remnant of the so-called whites with the enslaving colonizers of the serpent seed whites. Neither with the blacks. Each will be measured. Each will be judged. And so tonight in this teaching, we're going to walk you through the blood-soaked pages of history. We're going to show you some of the darkest truth of Christian history. The alt-right, the KKK, the enslavers, the colonizers who did it all in Jesus Christ's name. We're going to expose the Bible in one hand and the gun in the other. We're going to lay bare the millions of deaths that came in the name of Christianity. But we also going to shine a light on the righteous few, the remnant, the ones who swam against the tide of blood, the rivers of blood, the ones who opened their mouths for the dumb, as the Bible said, who risked their lives for the truth. For Yah will not be mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. And the sowing of Christianity's empire has been sown in blood. And they will reap judgment. I don't care how much you try to play it. Yah will not be mocked, the Most High. The Bible says, for Yah is not unrighteous to forget your work of labor of love, which you have showed toward his name. Hebrews 6:10. So Christianity came along, Greco-Romans, and they took the Bible and took his name out over 7,000 times. Oh yeah, that's Christianity. But Yah will not forget. The Most High, he remembers the blood of the martyrs. He remembers the cries of the oppressed. He remembers the righteous deeds of the few remnant who stood for 10 toes down in the gap for the poor. So are all white people evil? Are all white Christians evil? That is the question that we begin with. But the answer does not lie in generalization. Generalizing the whole. Not the answer to this don't lie in their slogans. The answer don't lie in silence. The answer is going to be shown tonight on your screen when we show these videos. The answers lie in true history and the truth. And tonight we expose it all. From the cross to the noose, from the Bible and the gun, from these prophets of blood and the prophets of righteousness. We will weigh it all in the scales of the Most High Yah, and we will see and discern with our own election. The Bible says, for Yah shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Ecclesiastes 12:14. Yah will bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. Every secret thing will be judged, every hidden crime, every righteous act, every unrighteous act. Nothing is ever forgotten. They could try to erase the history all they want, but the Most High won't be mocked and he doesn't forget. So brace yourself, children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue, for this is not a soft word tonight, the Larishah. This ain't a smooth word to tickle your ears tonight. Oh, it's going some triggering is going to happen. And as soon as I start this first clip, it goes down right off the rip. Tonight's word ain't just comfort. It's a word of reckoning. It's a word of expulsion. Exposure. See, the graves cry out and the blood testifies from the earth. And our true scriptures confirm. And the Most High himself bears witness to it all. So let us begin. This part. Let's go. Here we go. First clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Y'all don't get triggered. Y'all know I'm going to bring balance. So there's going to be some triggering things you're going to see. Just hold yourself steadfast and know that Unc is going to bring balance as I always do. Stop share. Tonight, are all white people evil? Are all Christians evil? Here we go. Stop share. Come back. Share screen. Share screen. Window. Hold on, I gotta, which one I'm gonna go first? Now give me 1 second. I got it lined up. It's this one. Yeah, this one. yeah. Here we go. Is it, boy? Gonna be trouble. Y'all just hold. Y'all. It's gonna trigger some, but y'all just hold on. I'm gonna bring balance. Y'all know how I do. All right. Share and share tab. Share. Here we go. Let me make it full screen. Bingo. Let me make this smaller. Here we go. Trigger warning. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to this video. We're breaking this down for educational purposes only. All right. There go.
But even, let's say that somebody was coming into our church and they're black, and would they be eligible for membership in our church? Yes, they of course they would. They'd be eligible for membership in our church. But would they be permitted to participate in, embody, and practice what I would?
So this is a white Christian nationalist. This is the thing. So now you got some black people talking about they can't call themselves Christian national. Oh no, that is Christian. This white man on this screen has the right. You can't, black people, you can't come take his Christian religion from him, because Christianity is their religion, his religion. The Messiah, now Jesus, is his God. The Messiah name never was Jesus ever a day in his life. The Bible, the Messiah was never a Christian that day in his life. He was a Hebrew, a Habariyah man from the tribe of Yaada, the fourth son of Jacob. He was never a Christian, but they loved the lie. So now you got black people want to, I don't know, boy, you love, give this man, give these people back their stuff. Give Babylon back her stuff. The Bible tells you, but they don't want to listen. So they're triggered, right? So they mad at the right-wing Christian nationalists. They mad at the skinheads, the KKK. They mad at the white people running with their crosses and they, burning stuff. That's their religion. I'm sorry. Not sorry. But anyway, let's go. First clip. So he was like, the question was, will you allow blacks to join your church, their Christian church? Now, he has a right to say no if he wanted to, because that's his religion, Christianity. Now, that Bible, he can claim, now the original manuscript ain't his Bible. The history of the people, that ain't, he written in there. Yeah, their descendants is written in there, their ancestors. And it says, at Antioch, they first called them Christians. The Romans enslaved. The Grecos enslaved and diddied and created gymnasiums and bathhouses. And they went to little boys, and the population, they had a Greek Dark Ages. See, I'm going to teach, not tonight. The other one going to be crazy. Y'all ain't seen nothing. When I really go in, yeah, they had a Greek Dark Ages. You know why? Because their population started to decline to the point where nobody was in the cities. You know why? Because they didn't have an affection for the women. Now, when they started the gymnasiums and all that stuff, they used to use the women for procreation. The women stayed home, and the men and the boys were for fun, men with men. What happened through their dark ages, their population diminished so much, they had nobody. They was not, they stopped. They stopped procreating with the woman, and it was just ditties. So over the years, the centuries, the population, they went into what they call the Dark Ages. We'll get there another time. Well, wait till I break this down, right? So anyway, that's Christianity. That's what's created. And then the Romans came after and all that, right? So anyway, let's continue. So black Americans are, they like, black people doing too much. The blacks should be able to join. That's not Christian. Yeah, it is Christianity. That's his religion. Christianity is, and Jesus is his God. Yeah, the Romans made that dude up. The Greeks, they created him. All right, and they created Christianity. All right, and they enslaved our ancestors and beat them and whipped them and diddied them, and for those to convert and become Christian. Facts. They did it all the way in Spain and Portugal. That's what the Spanish Inquisition and stuff is about. That's where they created godmothers and godfathers and all that. Shipped the people from Spain and Portugal to the Luango coast and the west coast of Africa and all that. That's in the Negro land and stuff. Y'all don't know history. Come on. All right, let me get started. Let's do it. Here we go. I brought the understanding what this clip is. Copyright disclaimers. Let's go. Listen clearly.
But even let's say that somebody was coming into our church and they're black, and would they be eligible for membership in our church? Yes, they of course they would. They'd be eligible for membership in our church. But would they be permitted to participate in, embody, and practice what I would call black culture generally in our church? The answer is absolutely not. Why? Because the characteristics that mark black culture as a generalization, in the same way Paul's talking about Cretans on Crete, they are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy, they look like Satan in how they act.
Y'all hear that? You see? You see what he said? Black people. But the key word he said, in generalization. So he literally just generalized. See, that's the real serpent's tongue. The generalize. That's why I said on the title, I said, are all white people evil? See, you know what that is? That's a generalization. Any generalization is unrighteous. Y'all listen, children of the Most High. You cannot generalize nobody. No. Once you generalize, you are in sin. And he started off, he said a generalization. Now listen what he said about the so-called black people.
Are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy, they look like Satan.
Now, the crazy thing is everything that he just said is actually describing what white Christians did, what the white man did. I'm sorry. I'm going to do some general. That's why I got my white brothers and sisters on the screen, because there's going to be certain statements I'm going to say. So what the wicked of the white race did, right? Because it's hard not to generalize when we speak. Black people do it too. So I'm going to bring balance, right? Because our so-called black people, we ain't no, a lot of times we ain't no better. We'll do the same thing, but then cry when they say it. Well, leave their religion alone then, right? Anybody tell you to be putting up that ditty Greco-Roman religion anyway? All right. So anyway, so you hear what he said about the culture. Now the crazy thing is, with everything, you know how you take a little truth. This is what Captain Kirk did with his stuff. You take these stats and truth, take these things, and you take some of it that can be true, but once you generalize it, you disrupt the truth. Yes, is there a black culture that is bestial and looks like the devil and lying? Yes. And why was that culture created in America? See, same thing Captain Kirk did. So they what's the name? They hit you and then hide their hand type of thing, right? Stab you and hide the knife, and then blame, right? They blame you for bleeding all over the floor, right? It's crazy work. It's the devil, right? They stab you, hide the knife, and then come and complain you and say, you are unclean and savage for bleeding all over my floor. All right? All right, let's continue. Let's go back a little.
Church, yes, they of course they would. They'd be eligible for membership in our church. But would they be permitted to participate in, embody, and practice what I would call black culture generally in our church? The answer is absolutely not. Why? because the characteristics that mark black culture as a generalization, in the same way Paul's talking about Cretans on Crete, they are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy, they look like Satan in how they act. As a generalization, in the same way Paul's talking about Cretans on Crete, they are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people.
Now, let me explain something to y'all. He wants to use Paul from the Bible. Now, Christianity, the religion, took our actual Bible, and the Greeks did it, right? In Alexandria, and right? And then the Romans continued with it, right? And they changed, Paul was a black man. But he wants to, they teach, this is real Christianity. Sorry, this is Christianity. But they teach Paul was white. They teach the Messiah was white when the Messiah was actually black. Paul was actually black. Moses was actually black. All of them were actually black, right? Because it's a black history book. That's what it is. But they took the black history book and created a religion called Christianity. So and they whitewashed and took the likeness and image and stole the same thing, and that's their religion. Sorry, not sorry. It's their religion. So now he wants to say, just Paul, because he want to act like Paul was a white man, and say, like on the island of Crete, Paul called them
murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill.
So let me bring you some context what he's talking about. So Paul, Shaya spoke this statement about the Cretians, about the Crete, right? Let me see. That's that one. I wrote it down. Let me make sure I got my scripture, right? I got my scriptures in order. All right. So this is what Paul is talking about. Shaya was talking about. Give me a second. Where is it? Not that one. Did I put them out of order? Okay, yeah, I did put them out. It's okay. I'll get to that because I'm going to come back to that. All right. So I'm going to do this one first. All right. So share this tab instead. This is the Bible, right? It says, for there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision. So who is Paul talking about? The circumcised. So he's on Crete, all right? He's going, right? So he's telling Titus, he's leaving Titus on the island of Crete, which I'm going to show y'all what all this is in a second. This is Greek. I need y'all to understand these are the ones who created Christianity. So this man this Christian, that's what he is trying to talk against black people as if Paul was a white man talking about black people in Crete, right? And that is not the case. Listen, it says, for there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision, whose mouths must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they ought not, for money's sake, for filthy lucre, okay? Especially those who are circumcised. So he's talking about the tribe of Judah, all right? The Israelites, all right? Because Crete, the island, it's one of the 88th biggest island in the world. It was a mixed multitude, okay? And they had a lot of Greek enslaved. And there was a lot of Gentiles, and Paul was sent to the Gentiles, but he was sent to the northern kingdom who've become Cretan, Hellenized, Romans, Grecos, right? So he says, for there are many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers, especially they of the circumcision. So he's talking to Titus about the so-called Hebrews that are there in Crete, whose mouths must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they order not for money's sake, filthy lucre's sake. One of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said, the Cretans are always liars. Now, Crete was like Rome at the end time, right? And that Greek had become. Once they enslaved the people into this new Christianity religion, the followers of the way, and did it and killed them. And then those with Paul and I think it's 4,000 of the Hebrews who would not take it, fled to the mountains. And they called them murderers, right? This is the book of Maccabees. and they fought against the Greeks and the Romans, the Christians. Paul was never a Christian. You can't make this up. And these Christians, but I'm sorry, the whites, so-called white brothers and sisters, it's in the Bible where they'll come to us, the remnant, and say, my fathers we inherited lies from our fathers. And they're going to want to learn the truth. And the so-called blacks, y'all are just, it's a shame. Y'all need to stop. I don't get it, bro. I'm like, enough is enough. The truth is all over the place, and they just still want to, because they want to be in their sin. The Bible says they love a lie, right? For all the people who want to stay with this Christian crap. Paul was never a Christian. It's crazy, right? So listen. So Paul was sent to go to the remnant of the lost sheep of Israel who become Hellenized, meaning they've taken on the culture of the Cretians, Romans, Christianity, Greco, right? They've taken on, right? Greek had gods, Zeus, all that. Rome had gods, Olympia, Nike, right? Greek and Athens, and right? That's where we get Nike. We got all this stuff today. Ain't nothing new. This all Christian. That's who created it. It's crazy that people don't understand this. Now listen. He said, so he's going, as he went to all the Gentile nations, Ephesians, Corinth, all that. So he's going to Crete. He leaving Titus there. He's like, all right, Titus. He like, there are many unruly and vain talkers, especially those who circumcise. You know what he said? He said, Titus, there's many unruly and vain talkers and deceivers in this island of Crete, especially the blackity blacks. That's what this first line means. That means especially the blackity blacks. See, people don't understand our Bible. They don't know how to read it. They don't understand, right? So, hold on. I just made my thing smaller so I can see some of the chat. Sorry. All right. So, he says, hold on. Where was I at? There we go. He says, especially day of the circumcision, especially the blacks, whose mouths must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they ought not for filthy money's sake. One of the Cretians, right? Because they're Hellenized. It's like saying I'm from New York and my white brother, my white homie, he from New York. We both New Yorkans. I'm black, he white, but we both New York. You understand? That's what it is. It's a land. It's like a Georgian. You from Georgia and a white person from Georgia. You're both Georgian. You ready? So it says one of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said the Cretians are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. This is a white prophet who said this on the island of Crete. But that person's trying to make it seem like he's talking about blacks. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to bring y'all the fruit. All right? We're going to get to the video, but y'all know me, I teach. So you got to teach this. We destroy by a lack of knowledge. You understand? And they want us to be dumb. And what did the Bible just said? We have to what? Go to the dumb, teach the dumb, the ignorance. We have to teach, all right? So now he says, one of themselves, you see, look up here, appointed the elders of Crete, right? So he's telling them, go make some elders, get some people to teach the Cretians, the Hebrews are there, the Gentile, teach them the ways of the Torah of the Most High. Come out of Greco-Roman Christianity, come out of it. He was teaching them to come out of Christianity and people thinking he a Christian. The Messiah was never a Christian. Shaul was never a Christian, Paul. All right? Now look, he says, one of themselves, and I'm going to show y'all proof, everything I'm saying. Give me a second. One of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said, the Cretians are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. And Paul said, this witness is true. Wherefore, rebuke them sharply, Titus, that they may be sound in the faith, not giving heed to tribe of Judah fables and the commandments of men that turn from the truth. Tribe of Judah fables. You got your scribes and Pharisees. Shia all taught against the law of Moses. People don't know that because the Messiah fulfilled. We are spiritual circumcision. Okay? He said, don't give heed to none of these blackity blacks with their fables, because these were still the tribe of Judah on Crete. And then you have the white, it's a mixed multitude. And the commandments of men that turn from the truth. Yes, Talmud and everything else. And the Mosaic laws too. The laws of Moses. Remember, they didn't want Mashiach. They killed Mashiach. They wanted the law of Moses, right? It says, unto the pure, all things are pure. But unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled. They profess that they know Yah, but in their works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient unto every good work they're reprobate. This part. All right. So now, Paul said one of their own, these New Yorkers, these New Orleans, right, from Magno, right, these Cretians. So he said the unruly vain talkers, blackity blacks. Those are the ones that, especially those of the circumcision, right? Then you got the Gentile Cretians. He says one of them, their prophets, he said that they are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. I'm gonna teach y'all who that is. That is this person. His name is Epimenides, Epimenides or something, right? And let me show you, right? I just bring y'all a thing that y'all can just see. Y'all can Google it, but I'm gonna bring it out. Share this tab instead. This is Epimenides, right? A white Greek. So they call it the Epimenides paradox, all right? And he was, it's named after the Cretan philosopher Epimenides of Knossos, all right? Alive circa 600 BC. He is credited with the original statement, all right? And it says Epimenides was a Cretan who made the immortal statement, all Cretans are liars, all right? I'm gonna break down his statement. It's history facts. Now listen, this is where Epimenides got this statement that brother wants to put against black people when it says all the Cretans are liars and beasts, right? Epimenides got this statement from here. This is where they got the mythology of Cretans being liars. According to Ptolemaeus Kenus, Ptolemaeus is the Greeks when, listen clearly, children, when they enslaved, diddied, and conquered Egypt, Mitzrayim. They enslaved. This is where, and they built the city of Alexandria for Alexander the Diddy. They call him the Greek or the Great, right? They were Didian. All right, the Greeks. That's when you took from the Pharaoh's dynasties, it became the Ptolemaic period dynasties. Anytime you see Ptolemy, P-T-O-L-O, that's the whites that was running Egypt. Okay? They conquered it, the Greeks. So, according to Ptolemaeus, here you go, Ptolemaeus Henius Quail, hold on, was an Alexandrian grammarian during the reigns of Trajan, and Hadrian. See? Alexandrine. So, okay. Greek. Yeah, Medea. You seen it earlier, bro, y'all. Listen clearly. I'm going to teach y'all something. Y'all know how we do. Now, according to this Ptolemy, this is a Greek Egyptian king, Pharaoh Ptolemy. All right? And this is what, according to him, how this statement that Paul quoted the Cretans as being liars from Epimenides, where Epimenides got it from, and Paul quoted Epimenides. He said, one of your prophets, these Cretans. Now, according to this Ptolemy, this is how this got started. Thetis is a figure from Greek mythology with varying mythological roles. She mainly appears as a sea nymph, a water marine kingdom nymphomaniac, a sea nymph, that's where they get nympho from, a goddess of water, and one of the 50 Nereids, daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus. All right? This is Greek. Y'all listen clearly. So you see how they take this Chris, take that and try to put it on us. But listen clearly. According to Ptolemy, the Pharaoh of Egypt, the white Greek, he said, this is how this got started. Thetis and Medea had an argument. Sirens. So this the sirens. Come on now, y'all. Right? 15 sirens, daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus. Thetis, this is Greek mythology. Thetis and Medea. Yeah, Medea. Look who Medea is. In Greek mythology, Medea is the daughter of King Aeetes of Koki. Medea is known in most stories as a sorceress, an accomplished pharmacist. Y'all see it? A worker in pharmakeia. Come on, you can't. Come on. Teach the word. Let's teach the word. Teach the word. Accomplished in pharmakeia, and is often depicted as a high priestess of the goddess Hecate. She is the mythological daughter of. So this Medea is the goddess of pharmakeia. Ooh, pharmacy on every corner, drugs, the drugstore. So this is Circe, a cup of drug, a cup of iniquity. So listen, come on, Kalala, y'all. This is what they don't do. That's why I'm trying to teach y'all Christianity. Come on, it's Circe. You see? Come on. This is what they don't do. And look what she got, a baby. You see what she got in the hand? A baby hung over. Look like the baby probably on drugs or something. Now, so Ptolemy said, this god, this nymph, this siren Thetis, and this pharmakeia, sorceress, Medea, they had an argument. And they argued in Thessaly. Thessaly is a traditional geographic and modern administrative region of Greece, comprising most of the ancient regions of the same name before the Greek Dark Ages. Yo, I got some stuff coming on our other one. Wait till I'm about to break down some stuff next. I don't know if I'm gonna do it next Friday. I might do it next. I think I am gonna do it next Friday. Y'all willing? It's gonna be crazy. Boy. All right, let me stay on focus. Stay focused. Before the Greek Dark Ages, Thessaly was known as Aeolia and appears thus in Homer's Odyssey. All right. So Ptolemy said of Chinus, he said Thetis, right? The nympho, right? And Medea, these Greek goddesses, they had an argument in Thessaly. And the argument was over which one of them was the most beautiful. And so they appointed the Cretan Idomeneus. Look at that, Idomea. I look a lot like Idomea, right? They appointed the Cretan Idomeneus. In Greek mythology, Idomeneus was a Cretan king and commander who led the Cretan armies to the Trojan War in 80 black ships. He was also one of the suitors of Helen, Troy of Helen, as well as a comrade of the Telamonian Ajax. Meriones was his charioteer and brother in arms. Trojan War, Helen of Troy. You see? Greek mythology. Y'all, all right? Y'all see, these all whitey-whites. No disrespect. Y'all listen clearly. Learn some history. All right? Now, so the Ptolemy said Thetis and Medea argued in Thessaly, and they appointed the Cretan Idomeneus as the judge. And Idomeneus gave the victory of who was the most beautiful to Thetis, the nympho, the siren. And in her anger, Medea, Pharmakeia, Circe, the church, see, they don't even know that part now, y'all. Boy, they don't know how much this, when you do the real history and you understand how Christianity and Circe, the church, that's where church come from, Circe, Circe, Google it and look it up, all right? And now we know Circe come from Medea. Medea, now in her anger, Medea called all Cretans liars, and she cursed them that they will never say the truth. Crete, here we go. Crete, hold on. Crete is the largest and most populous of the Greek islands, the 88th largest island in the world, and the 5th largest island in the Mediterranean Sea. After Sicily, Sardinia, Cyprus, and Corsica, Crete is located 100 kilometers off the south of Peloponnese. All right? Crete. Right. So now y'all understand where Epimenides got his statement that all Cretans are liars. It comes from this Greek mythology. All right? Now, let me scroll down. Hold on. It should be, it's not lighted no more. I'll find it. I had it highlighted. Other works of Epimenides, give me a second. There you go. There you go. In the 1st century AD, the quote from Epimenides is mentioned by the author of the Epistle to Titus. All right? Paul, Shaya, as having been spoken truly by one of their own prophets. And I just read, Paul in Titus 1 and 12, one of Crete's own prophets has said it. Cretans are always liars, evil brutes, idle bellies. He surely told the truth. All right? There we go. So now, this is where, and then later, St. Augustine restates the closely related paradox against the academicians, and in the Middle Ages, the form of epidox, but these words were not specific with Epimenides, and all right, so then there you go. All right, so history, I ain't gonna go through all that, all right? So now y'all know what Paul was talking about in Titus right here. Share this tab instead. So Paul said, the Cretans, he said, one of themselves, even a prophet, that's Epimenides, whatever his name is, said the Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. He said, this witness is true, wherefore I rebuke them sharply. All right, so now y'all got understanding of that scripture, right? But here we go. Now let me come back to the video. Y'all know how I do. I always have to teach. I never just let things lie. You can't. You have to teach because they replace our history with they replace true history with the truth. What is this one? Oh, okay. That's the right one. It's this one. Okay. Share this tab instead. All right? So now y'all have understanding what that is.
Generalization in the same way Paul's talking about Cretans on Crete. They are evil, murderous, violent.
So he's calling us black people, this Christian, evil, murderous, vile, whatever.
Bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy. They look like Satan in how they act. They are sinful to the core. They have besetting sins that are like fatherlessness, sexual immorality.
He said we're sinful to the core. You see all these? And he started off, he said generalization, generally, and all that. So is this evil? Yes. Will I call this white man evil? Absolutely 110%. Evil is what evil does. He's wicked. Will I say all white people are evil? No, because I'm not going to do the same generalization that he did. Y'all hear me, children? So I'm about to bring balance. Y'all, you know it's going down. Come on, Lavielle, absolutely wicked and evil. And these are the Christians, Lavielle. This Christianity was created in evil and wickedness. I'm going to bring out on the other one. Wait till y'all see. Y'all, the Bible says they love the lie. They choose the lie, so the Most High give them over to a strong delusion. Once I bring that out, if you deny the truth, then you've chosen with your free will. And the Bible speaks that people love the lie, okay? So Christianity was created by this. So he is in a true Christian spirit with what he's doing right here. True evil, because Christianity is evil.
Sinful to the core.
Created by the enslavers in evil. And they wanted to sacrifice the babies, and they worshiped all those Greek gods and Zeus and all those gods. And y'all see Medea and deities and nymphs and sorcerers and all that. Pharmakeia. That's why they created Circe. They made the church. The Most High calls us to assemble. That's why they created Serapis Christos, right? These are the gods. They don't understand that's Christos. The Most High, we would never Christos in Christians. All right? So anyway, let's continue. I'm about to bring some balance.
They steal, they kill, they destroy, they look.
So now I know, right? That Charlie, his name is close to Circe.
Bestial people.
And he was just a pawn. They just used him and then they sacrificed him. He was a fool.
They are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy. They look like Satan in how they act. They are sinful to the core. They have besetting sins that are like fatherlessness, sexual immorality. They molest children at a high rate. All.
On
Go ahead.
sorry, he just stated like things that
Yep.
literally, it's not, how do I say this? It's not exclusive to black people.
Well, they did all those things more than any blacks of all
Yeah.
history. Even
what
if he
are you
wanted to
talking
try to be exclusive to blacks, that
They
actually, no
kill, they
disrespect,
steal.
kill, destroy, they all over
What
the
the
world. That's
heck?
why the whole world is against. That's why I titled it, Are They All Evil? Because the world thinks it. And I come to say no, right? I come to say, don't let the trauma of what the serpent of the dark, the devils of that a nation, because these are nations of people, the so-called white, like we are so-called. So as he's generalized, I'm like, I don't want, because through the trauma, we'll do the same thing, and thus you'll be in sin and judged for it. So I come to bring healing and understanding, and I'm going to bring the fullness of it. But yes, Yasha, he just spoke actually what they did through the whole world in the name of Christianity. In the name, go ahead, Yasha, you can complete your sentence.
No, that was it. That was it. It's just wow. Now I get it.
Yeah.
Wow.
He said, yeah, I know. It's just, but I'm bringing balance. Come on. Y'all know I'm going to bring balance. I've said it's going to be triggering at first. It's going to be triggering. There's going to be some stuff coming out, right?
Sexual immorality. They molest children.
He said they See, this is what you call the serpent, right? You talking about we look like, he literally just said, I can't. Yeah, I know y'all all, I know this is triggering because it's like, you know, that's one of my pet peeves, but I've learned to control that, is to, what you call it? One of my biggest pet peeves is to accuse me for something that I did not do. Right? That's when I'm trying to control that though. That's how you, let me not get, well, I'm controlling it, so I don't care. But that was one of my biggest pet peeves, is because I stand on the things I do. And I own it. If I did it, I own it. It is what it is. What? Right? That's how I lived my life, all my life. So one of my biggest peeves was, don't tell me, don't accuse me for something I did not do, bro, because I don't do that. So this is crazy. This, right? So anyway, he got the nerve to fix his little serpent face, but that's the devil. See, this is the image of the devil, right? And a man, right? And it's just so happened that this man is white, because I can have a devil on the screen that is black and he'll be just as devil as this man is. But this is actually the devil. Okay. Elder Yayazan say he might as well say we shoot up schools. we take fentanyl. He might as well have just kept going, right? He said everything that, you know, that's generally considered that their nation of people done, right? But this is the forked tongue of the devil. And what it says, the people are under strong, they will receive this. People receive this. All right? She said, thy word is true, said a mega church pastor was just sentenced today in Texas for child, what's her name, right? But this is what the religion of Christianity was created on. The Greek, I'll wait till I get to that lesson. The Greeks created it in Diddy, sacrificing over to the Lord. That's why they put Lord in as Baal. The Lord is Baal, and they know it, and they do it. They did it because that's their religion, and the world knows it.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, what is Baal? Yes, B-A-A-L.
Now, the reason why it's a chief Canaanite god that they did it in is because the Greeks followed the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians is a Shemitic Canaanite group of language of people. Our ancestors, that's where we get our Paleo Hebrew. Do you see? I'm gonna do it. I'm getting ahead of I'll break that down when I do this Christian. I gotta do the root, right? So I'll get ahead of myself. But listen clearly. That's why they use the Lord. It's a Canaanite deity for Baal. So the Greeks, they followed. That's the Greek language. It's called the what's the name? The something B. The linear B or something, and the linear A. I'm gonna break it down when I break down the beginning of Christian, because I'm going in. Y'all know Unc. Y'all know how we do. Praise the Most High. He tell me teach the truth, right? Teach it all, right? So they when they created the alphabet, the Greek alphabet, which came after the linear B dropped after the Dark Ages when they weren't making no babies. They was too diddying each other, diddying little boys. There was no children being born, so they was easily conquered by the Carthaginians and all of. They came in and they just they was too busy in their gymnasiums, right? So when they got their new Renaissance, their new kingdom, they started the Greek alphabet, and they took it from the Phoenician Canaanite. So that's why, remember, I'll do it when I break down. So anyway, people have no idea where Christianity come from. All right. So here we go. Let's continue.
Murderous, violent, bestial people. They are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy. They look like Satan in how they act. They are sinful to the core. They have besetting sins that are like fatherlessness, sexual immorality. They molest children at a high rate. Any criminal statistic that you could look at, almost pretty much without exception, they excel at them. What are the besetting sins and characteristics of it? And then you say, could somebody come into lawful church membership embodying that culture? Oh, they have to self-consciously repudiate that culture.
So he says, can blacks come into their church? No. We have to repudiate our culture because we beasts and we do this and we do that and we do this, right? And can we come into his church, his Christian church, right? He said, no, unless you put that black culture down and follow this, good old white Christianist nationalist, right? All right, let's continue.
Oh, they have to self-consciously repudiate that culture. They have to leave it behind, repent of those sins. And not every individual practices those sins, but they could, by no standard, embody those practices and come into membership in our church. Of course not. So when we make this generalization, one of the purposes of it, one of the points
that catch a lie, scratch a lie, catch a thief. Right here, you see what he's about to say is going to be a lie. The minute they do that, right? Now all of a sudden your neck, right? The minute this happened, here come the serpent, the tongue been out all the time. But that means right? Here we go. Let's see what he about to lie about. He been lying the whole time, but let's see what he about to say. He said the devil over his shoulder. He started scratching the devil.
In our church, of course not.
He's like, of course not. Let me not.
Our church, of course not. So when we make this generalization,
he literally said, when we make this, so you saying that you're general, that's crazy but the Most High ordains that they have to tell us the truth. It's crazy that he literally saying he's making a generalization. That's crazy work right there, that he's literally saying that he's making a generalization. We are not to do that. That's why the title is all white people evil. No. You can't make a generalization of all white people. And black people, if you do that, you're in trauma and you're in error, sin just as much as he is. And the Messiah said he come to heal the sick. So I have to do the work of my king, my Messiah, and I got to bring healing. And the way you bring healing is to bring the truth and understanding and balance. And that's what's about to come out. We just getting started. We ain't even getting nowhere. All right? We ain't even get nowhere. Shout out to Sister Yeshua, daughter of Yah. Go ahead. Who wanted to say something?
It's me, Uncle. I was just saying over his shoulder that that statue,
that
the
Zeus or
devil.
somebody, look like hell Zeus or something. Yeah, it's Greek. That's Christian. But that's Christian. That's what people don't understand. All right. All right, praise you. All right, let's continue.
Those practices and come into membership. By no standard embody those practices and come into membership in our church. Of course not. So when we make this generalization, one of the purposes of it, one of the points of utility for it, is for Black people who do not embody that culture to repudiate it, hate it, and also for policymakers to make the kind of political movements and in terms of law and order that would usher in the change over time of that.
Bingo. You see that? He just like, yeah, hot cross buns, Tammuz. he just said one of the, and he scratched his neck for Black people, so he's lying. Of course, he's been lying on everything, but he's lying. That's a great lie because he's lying about saying that he wants to help the systemic part. Yeah, Hakyama, right? Listen to it again.
Practices and come into membership in our church. Of course not. So when we make this generalization, one of the purposes of it, one of the points of utility for it, is for Black people who do not embody that culture to repudiate it, hate it, and also for policymakers to make the kind of political move.
So what he just said, and you know he lying because he scratched himself, right? He just said for Black people who don't embody that culture, who don't embody hate and bigotry and all this other crap he said about Black people, he said for them to such and such, so he's lying. So it's not, so again, so the serpent is speaking. So all right, now I'm gonna let him play.
To repudiate it, hate Black people who purposes of it, one of this generalization, one of the purposes of it, one of the points of utility for it is for Black people who do not embody that culture to repudiate it, hate it, and also for policymakers to make the kind of political movements and in terms of law and order that would usher in the change over time of that culture. One of them would be something like, I tweeted about this, the law of Moses in Deuteronomy 21 concerning a rebellious child. And the law was that if you had a rebellious son, you have a child they're coming up into their manhood and they're rebellious, they don't listen. He lists some characteristics and even though they're disciplined, they will not turn. He says the fathers to bring them out into the town square. This is a rebellious son. And then they stone him to death. They kill him.
Whoa. Did y'all hear that? Let me put it again. See? He said you unalive him. Wow. But I'm gonna bring balance. So he said, see, that's what they do. They speak those things, right? So remember when, oh no, he got a big church. It's Christian Nationalist Church. It's in Idaho. No, he got a whole, these are the Christians. These are Christians. He got thousands and thousands of members. This is Christianity. The cult is Christianity. It ain't no cult like a KK. That whole thing, Christianity, that's what it was created in. That's what Christianity is. It's what it is. It's what it was created in. The Greeks, the Romans, they were enslaved. They did this. Okay? Sacrifice the children, all of it. This is Christianity. Now, sorry guys.
Manhood, and they're
listen what he said.
Rebellious, they don't listen. He lists some characteristics.
So he said he used the Bible, and that's what they used. They used the Bible because they created. They enslaved the 72 Hebrews, created this Christianity religion, Christian Bible, would put Lord and God and Baal and took the Father's name out and wrote all of that. And then they used that to enslave and unalive. You see? There you go.
They're coming up into their.
So now he's using Deuteronomy to say, I'm about to bring some balance, y'all. Y'all know it's triggering. I'm about to bring balance, y'all. I said this part is very triggering. But listen, this is to millions of people that they're, right? These Christians, and then you got the left or the blacks or the left whites, and all talking about, no, they're two different, no. That's Christianity. You cannot. The thumbnail, those are Christians. That's what it was created. You cannot take it like you can't take Halloween and paint it into some fluffy thing and make it righteous. You can't. You can't make Christianity righteous because it was created in blood and deceit and enslaving and diddying, sacrificing children and the rectum, that serpentine portal opened. Okay? Now, I'm going to bring balance. Yes. Y'all about to get it in a second. This clip is almost over.
The law of Moses in Deuteronomy 21 concerning a rebellious child. And the law was that if you had a rebellious son, you have a child they're coming up into their man.
So he's saying, this is what he's saying, and this is what he's teaching. They preaching that the blacks are rebellious. He called us this. He said, well, they should do with us according to the law of Moses, unalive us. See? And that's what the administration is pushing. That's what these rights are pushing, right? And they, and that's why in that other one, the other clip, they called them the dragon, right? And we had nothing to do, right? And this is coming out because of the Charlie Kirk stuff, right? Black people have nothing to do with it, right? Look, this.
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be. You have.
See? Those are the Christians. They call them nationalists, right wing. That's Christianity. So he's on this show. He's saying this because black people, we didn't unalive Charlie Kirk. We didn't have nothing to do with that. But again, prophecy, right? Again, is slated towards us. I'm about to bring balance. Y'all don't worry. Y'all hold on. We about to bring balance, right? You know how I do. Praise the Most High. I ain't gonna leave y'all one way, jaded. All right. So again, this is their crying out. I wish somebody would say, well, I'm sorry, but the black people had nothing to do with this. This was actually white on white crime. Right? So why are y'all talking about, right? So he's saying Deuteronomy says you should basically unalive us because we are the bad children or whatever.
And they're rebellious. They don't listen. He lists some characteristics and they won't. Even though they're disciplined, they will not turn. He says the fathers to bring them out into the town square. This is a rebellious son. And then they stone him to death. They kill him.
And listen, this term Christian nationalist, let me tell you where that comes from. They know the term white nationalist is a very bad term. And they don't want to be put in that category. So, white supremacy going to remix it. So say, okay, let's not call ourselves white nationalists. Let's call ourselves Christian nationalists. Okay, and if you read the script.
See, and that's where my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, right? Because look at him. He wants to still defend Christianity. He says, white supremacists, they're going to say white nationalists. They want to call it Christian nationalists. They are Christians. That's their religion. They are Christian. Christianity is white supremacy. I'm so sorry that the world, it's the great whore. Come out of her. Christianity is white supremacy. The Greeks went and enslaved the Egyptians. They conquered the whole world under Alexander the Ditty. They went and enslaved. They took it over, built the city of Alexandria, took the temples, took the books, took everything, went and enslaved the Hebrews, took them, did all of it. You gotta be kidding me. But again, that's these, right? These blacks want to be Christians so bad. That's from the enslavers. That's from slavery. We love this Christian, this Jesus character, not the Messiah. not the true Bible. We love the Jesus, white dude tipping through the tulips, the white dude and stuff from slavery. And look at him he's gonna make an excuse for it.
They kill him.
And listen, this term Christian nationalist, let me tell you where that comes from. They know the term white nationalist is a very bad term, and they don't want to be put in that category. So, white supremacy going to remix it. So say, okay, let's not call ourselves white nationalists. Let's call ourselves Christian nationalists. Okay, and if you read the scriptures, Jesus did not teach nationalism. He didn't teach that.
See? Okay, and if you read the scriptures, Jesus did not teach nationalism. He did not teach that. And I'm gonna go. He thinking the Messiah, right? So let's do him again.
Nationalism.
And you see how he's saying it like he know this Bible.
Teach nationalism. He didn't teach Christian nationalist. Okay, and if you read the scriptures, Jesus did not teach nationalism. He didn't teach that.
He didn't? Yeah, he didn't teach Christianity. Okay, let's see what the Bible says. Did the Messiah teach nationalism? Share this tab instead. I'm going to go to the book of Luke. I wrote it down. Luke 12, and I'm going to go down to 49. Here we go. What did he teach? Let's see. 49 starts here. Not peace. So the Messiah said, I am come to send fire on earth. And what will I? See, this ain't their Jesus, right? This that flippy, fruity, tooty. Let's read the Bible, what the Messiah said. I am come to send fire on earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? But I have a baptism to be baptized with, fire. And how am I straitened till it be accomplished? Suppose ye that I come to give peace on earth? He said, oh, somebody then told you wrong. The Messiah said, oh, so you think that I've come to bring peace on earth? But I tell you, nay, liar is how you say no in Habariyah, original Hebrew, liar. He said, but I tell you, liar. I ain't come to bring no peace, but rather division. He said, from henceforth, there shall be 5 in one house divided. 3 against 2, 2 against 3. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against the daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Oh, he come to separate the righteous from the unrighteous, to set apart the holy from the unholy, to divide. That part. Yeah, he did. Hold on. I got another one for y'all. But wait, it gets worse. This one. He said, here you go. He said he didn't teach nationality. All right? So, let's see. Did the Messiah teach nationality? 15, and let me scroll down a little. The faith of the Canaanite woman. The Messiah went thence, and he departed into the coast of Tyre and Sidon. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast. And she cried, she said, have mercy on me, Messiah, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with a devil. Huh? Oh, share this tab. Thank you. Thank you so much. So here we go. The Messiah, let me say it again so y'all can read it. The Messiah went thence and departed into the coast of Tyre and Sidon. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coast and cried unto him. She said, have mercy on me, O Messiah, thou son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with a devil, not a demon. Sorry, again, Christianity lied. A devil never talks no demons. But he answered her not a word. Hold on. See, this ain't Jesus. See, Rich Fly? This ain't Jesus. This is the black Messiah. This one from the tribe of Judah. The hair like lamb's wool, pure wool. Feet like burnished brass as if it was burned in the furnace. That one, the blackity black dude, that's this dude. So he went, right? He said, what that black dude just said on the screen? He didn't teach nation, he didn't teach nationality. Oh, he didn't. Let's see what he taught. He said, let's clearly. So she said, have mercy on me, O Messiah, O son of David. My daughter's vexed with the devil. And he ignored her. Oh, they don't teach you that part. See, that's a whole thing in the so-called black culture when you just act like a person ain't even there. They ain't even say nothing, right? But he answered her not a word. He gave her the shoulder. And the disciples came and they besought the Messiah. And they said, send that woman away. She keep crying after us. She keep crying after us. And he answered the disciples. And what did he say? I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Yasha'el. Nationality. The devil's a lie. That's what I'm saying. They don't want to teach. They don't do the word. They love the lie. So the black, these Christians. He said, I come for the nation of Yasharal, the lost sheep of the nation of Yasharal. That's nationality. The Bible speaks of nations of people. He had a directive who to come to first. But then, Shayal, he sent them to the other nations. But he had to come to the nation of Yasharal, his own first. Nationality. Then Shayal, Paul, he said, now you go forth, and he said, a remnant of every what, children? Nation, kindred, and tongue will stand before the Messiah. We are to receive the remnant of every nationality. So the Messiah did teach nationality. The devil's a lie. See? They don't like this Bible. They don't like this Bible. Look. He said, I came for the nation of Yasharal. Then the Canaanite woman, she came and she worshiped the Messiah. And she said, Mashiach, help me. But he answered her and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it to the dogs. Now, if that ain't some mess, I don't know what no mess is. I'm sorry, this is not the Jesus they be telling y'all no Christianity. Y'all know what a female dog is called, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So thousands of years ago, in other words, he called her a dog. And she said, listen. And he said, it's not meet for me to take the children's bread because he came for the nation. Right? That's the children. I got to go to them first and cast it to you, dog. And she said, facts. Yo, this shout to the Canaanite woman. Yo, listen. She said, true that. See the Bible, you got to understand. The Canaanite woman, she said, facts. Facts. True that. True that, Messiah. But yet, the dogs, they'll eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Then Mashiach, he answered her and he said, woo-wee, oh woman, how great is thy faith. Be unto it, that be unto thee as though your wilt. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. This is the Bible. This ain't Christianity. Christianity tell you all this other crap. Y'all listen to these Christians. So that's a Christian in the video just told you Jesus never taught nationality. See? I don't know what, I guess Pastor Pork Belly be teaching them this Bible. Right? Masha, yeah, she said facts. Yeah, she did, because he dropped it. She said, all right, facts. But she came back. She said, I still believe. She said, I'm just going to stay in the fringes and I'm going to get some Yah flakes as you walk past. I'm gonna receive from the natural branch. Know what? I know how to die to my flesh. I know how to lie on myself. Whatever. She like whatever. I still is gonna receive. And he said, "Be unto it as you wilt." Your will, your faith. And her daughter was made whole that very hour. All right, let's get back. Let's get back to the clip. All right. So now this dude, see these blacks, man, no disrespect, but these Christians, that's what I should say. These Christians, man, y'all a mess. So ignorant, don't even know your own Bible. But you want to speak out against that dude.
Mix it. So say, okay, let's not call ourselves white nationalists. Let's call ourselves Christian nationalists. Okay, and if you read the scriptures, Jesus did not teach nationalism. He didn't teach that.
Yeah, he did. I just showed it. You're a liar from the lake of fire. If you don't know it, then you're a fool. And if you do know it, then you're a serpent.
That's not what he taught. So right there, but you know my position, you are not capable of being a Christian because of what you have done, what you continue to do.
But even let's
you not capable. He's telling him he's not capable of being a Christian because of what they have done through history. Yeah, he is. He is a Christian. This is the crazy thing with black people. You shouldn't be the Christian. Leave that man religion alone. Let him have his ditty religion of lying and cheating and stealing and unaliving. Okay? That part. All right. Now I'm going to bring some balance. I know this triggered us, right? So-called blacks.
But would they be permitted to participate in, embody, and practice?
But I'm going to show you we can't be hypocrites, black people.
Concerning a rebellious child. The law was that if you had a rebellious son, you have a child they're coming up into their manhood and they're rebellious, they don't listen. He lists some characteristics and even though they're disciplined, they will not turn. He says the fathers to bring them out into the town square. This is a rebellious son, and then they stone him to death. They kill him.
Right? So he's promoting right now to the white nationalists that's what they should do, right? And it triggers us, right? But we must not be hypocrites because we have done the same thing. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to this video. We are bringing healing. We're bringing complete exposure, not to one side, but the kalalaya, the completion. So we'll get triggered by hearing that white dude talking about you should unalive them, and we are just ignorant, this and that, and we look like the devil, right? And all that. But look at this. What about this?
Old Testament Malcolm said all white folks are the devil. He said none of them are any good. He said if you find one that you think is good, kill him first before he turned bad. That's Old Testament Malcolm.
You hear that? And what are they doing? Clapping, laughing. So we'll be triggered when I play that white supremacist, racist. Well, we can't be racist because we don't have the power, but we can be prejudiced and bigoted, right? How soon we can't be hypocrites. Mashiach calls it hypocrite. So I'm bringing the balance. So, and I'm about to take him off my end of my thing. I'm going to keep his words, but I'm going to take his image off. Only because later in life, he changed his stance too. This Khalid, Muhammad. And the same people that he promoted this hate for, they unalived him. So he's actually in this clip disrespecting Malcolm X, right? So he said, Old Testament Malcolm. He liked the Malcolm who was following Elijah Muhammad, teaching all that hate and the white man, the devil, and this, right? Like the Israelites say the white man is Esau stuff, right? Listen clearly. Yeah, we don't do this. Well, you know I'm going to bring balance, Marawa, y'all. Trauma, because we'll be in trauma. That's why I said, yeah, when we watch that white man saying it, it hurt us, but then we don't realize we are not to recompense evil with evil. We are not we are to be righteous and have the understanding to heal the trauma. The Most High will avenge. He'll fight on our behalf. We won't have to worry about this darkness. But the same as that white is promoting that dark serpent, so is these black religions and black cultures. Israelites too, the camps, hate. So in this clip, Khalid, and later they unalived him. I know he felt like a fool dissing Malcolm in this clip. He said the Old Testament Malcolm taught the white man and hate the white man and do all this. But he said the New Testament Malcolm got soft. And right? And he says that's right. And the same people who unalive Malcolm did it to him too. His whole system. All right, now let's continue. You know I bring balance.
That's Old Testament Malcolm.
So look what he said. Old Testament Malcolm said,
and one that you think folks are the devil. Old Testament Malcolm said all white folks are the devil.
Ain't that a generalization? All. Not just some, not some being the devil, some, right? Same as that white man did. So what's the difference? Ain't none. This is both spirit of the devils. And the crazy thing is that this is a lie in Islam. Because when I was young, 12 years old, I was in the nation of gods and earth. And we got the same scriptures as the nation of Islam. And it taught that the white man is the devil, listen, but the worst devil is the black devil. So again, this is a forked tongue from Khalid. Listen clearly. I know because I used to be part of the nation gods and earth when I was 12 years old, back in the 80s, in the 90s. It said the worst devil is a black devil because that's the one that could come amongst us and make us think he's our brother and trick us. So the Nation of Islam teaching does not teach what he just said. That all, a man can be devil can possess man. You understand? So that's a lie. Even in there, I would have called that out. Well, most probably wouldn't. But that's why I never was part of the Get Along gang. I'd have probably raised my hand like, all right, brother Khalid, that ain't true. The Bible, the scriptures. Well, we got 120 lessons, but they Quran or whatever those Muslim Islam use says the worst devil is well. Maybe that was the nation of gods and earth. Maybe that was. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Elijah Muhammad's Muslim teaches that. But the nation of gods and earth teaches under Father Allah, he taught, right? Same script, but he taught the worst devil is a black devil. He said the white man could be a devil, the black man could be the devil, any man could be the devil or God. It's a free will choice. The righteous or unrighteous, the light. All right, so anyway, let's continue.
Said all white folks are the devil. He said none of them are any good. He said if you find one that you think is good, kill him first before he turned bad.
Did y'all hear that? So what's different from what the white man just said? That white man in Christianity just said to unalive us. And he just said, if you see one, unalive them. You see? So I tell you, I'm going to bring balance. So here goes the title. Are all white men evil? No. Same thing. Is all black men evil? You're looking at two faces of evil. Later, Khalid repented for it and he changed, but it was too late. They unalived him. Yeah. Because you already served. All right? So look, come on, praise the Most High. You know I'm going to bring balance. Because they'll want us in trauma to be in the same sin that those white serpent seed, the ones that are white serpent seed, Greco-Christians are in. So you'll be judged with the same measure. You're going to the same lake of fire as them. But the Messiah says, the truth says, we have to come to bring healing. And the way you get healing is understanding so you can come out. And I can't let y'all's children, the so-called blacks, stay in trauma because they play off the trauma. We haven't been healed from the curses that our ancestors placed on us. The elders failed us, and I'm an elder, and I will not fail. I will not fail. Let's continue.
That's Old Testament now.
See, they think that's funny. He just said, unalive, all, and they laughing and clapping.
Because just as sure as the sun shines, the guy's gonna turn bad. I'm telling you, buddy, he's gonna turn bad. No, make no mistake about it. The guy can't help it.
You see? And he think that's funny. He's gonna turn bad. So unalive him, even if he ain't bad, because just as sure as the sun said, he's gonna turn. Isn't that the same thing they saying about us? Again, both are unrighteous. Both are devils. Let's continue.
The white man is not a devil, but the white man is the devil. And if the white man...
You hear that? He's not a devil, he's the devil. And that other white dude said what? We look like devils. We got upset at that. But they clapping at that. I know a lot of that's trauma, but trauma don't make you righteous. Trauma don't absolve you of sin.
But the white man is the devil. And if the white man is not the devil, he's going to have to do until the real devil gets it.
Y'all see how wicked that statement is? That's some serious trauma. Well, I understand the trauma from all the slavery, but we have to heal. The Bible says, if you get them to curse themselves, we only heal with understanding. We can't stay in trauma because we'll stay in sin. He said, and if the white man ain't the devil, he's going to have to do until. So that meant you're crucifying an innocent if he ain't the devil. You know how unrighteous that is? That's some real wicked. That's what they would say. The serpent seed whites, Christian, whatever, right? Same spirit. There's no different spirit. That's why the so-called white serpent seed created races of people and class and caste systems. To separate, divide, and conquer. The President Lyndon B. Johnson said, if you make the lowest white thinks he's equal or greater than the highest white, then we can pick the white's pocket and trick them and make them, what's the name, that statement, right? But you could pick their pocket and lie to them, make them believe anything. Again. I paraphrase, thank you.
The devil gets it.
And they think that's funny.
White man is not the devil. He's going to have to do until the real devil gets it. Dr. King laid down his life for us, and Dr. King believed in the moral conscience of the white man. And since we're talking about civil rights and human rights here tonight, I think it's fitting that we begin right there. He believed in the moral conscience of the white man. Well, I'm here tonight at D&J to tell you that the white man ain't got no morals and he ain't got no conscience.
You see, this is the spreading of hate. This is the indoctrination. The same thing that those white serpents are doing. This is black serpent. Playing off the trauma. So literally no white person has a conscience or moral. What about John Brown? What about those who slaved? What about the Underground Railroad, the Quakers? What about those who hid us in our houses? What about those? Come on, bro. Y'all see? I told you I'm going to bring balance. Because I know y'all are that hurt listening to the white man say it. How do you think our brother Yahachanan would feel listening to this? You see? Yeah, I'm about to remove him from the outro. He's coming off of that. Even though later he changed his stance, but I don't want nobody to think that this defines our house. No, I gotta remove that. I meant to do it before here. It'll be gone on next one, right? Because I knew his later teachings as well. His where he changed like Malcolm did. He called him Old Testament Malcolm, and the new one he called him weak. No, he wasn't weak. He just got healed. Malcolm grew out of that devil, and they killed him. The whole nation, it was Elijah Muhammad and them. They killed him because he taught, man, this is devilish what you teaching. This is unrighteous. Okay? So, now again, he says, Martin Luther King taught about he was depending on the consciousness of the white remnant to help fight, and some of them did. They died alongside. They marched, some of them. I ain't talking about the ones who were still trying to, I'm talking about the kids, the young ones, and some of the elders. They did. Yeah, they did. Just like they did in slavery to help us out. I'm about to show y'all one tonight that they wrote out of history. Yeah, I'm going to do it right after this. Let's go. Y'all about to learn right after this. Big one. Some y'all ain't never heard of. It's going down, Citra. It's going down. They wrote the white man, the serpent seed white people wrote this white man out of history. They don't even know. People don't even know this man exists. Yeah, this part. All right, let's continue.
The white man is not a devil, but the white man is the devil. And if the white man is not the devil, he's going to have to do until the real devil gets here.
They are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy, they look like Satan.
The white man is not a devil, but the white man is the devil.
They steal, they kill, they destroy, they look like Satan.
All white folks are the devil. He said none of them are any good. He said if you find one that you think is good, kill him first before he turned bad.
He says the fathers to bring them out into the town square. This is a rebellious son, and then they stone him to death. They kill him.
See what I did? These are both false prophets. One so-called black, one so-called white. I tell y'all, I'm being balanced. This is how the man of the Most High teach the truth. You don't teach in transgression. Now, I'm about to introduce y'all to one of the strongest, righteous white men that I have ever heard that they erased from history. They erased him from history. Y'all might have saw him, and so when they put him in movies, they even erase him out of the movies and change his name. Tonight I'm about to introduce y'all, for those who never heard of him, because I didn't before I did this study. Y'all, the Most High took me there to learn. This is a so-called white man. Let me show you the clip first. Some of y'all might have saw this movie. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. I showed y'all a black and a white so-called prophet, both devils, teaching hate. We are to heal black people. We are to the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue. We can't heal without understanding. Introducing a so-called white man who wasn't a devil, who wasn't wicked. Copyright disclaimers are in effect.
How can I hold that all men are created equal when here before me stands stinking the moral carcass of the gentleman from Ohio? Proof that some men are inferior.
Introducing Thaddeus Stevens, the white man that they erase from history, from the history books. We heard of John Brown, but they make sure we don't know about Thaddeus Stevens. This is a movie clip. That's him. He's speaking against the whole Congress. He took on the whole United States of America on behalf of freeing the black people from slavery. Thaddeus Stevens. He's calling, look, let me put it back again. Watch.
How can I hold that all men are created equal when here before me stands stinking the moral carcass of the gentleman from Ohio? Proof that some men are inferior, endowed by their maker with dim wits, impermeable to reason, with cold, pallid slime in their veins instead of hot red blood. You are more reptile than man, George. So low and flat that the foot of man is incapable of crushing you. How dare you!
All right? So Thaddeus Stevens, he said, how can I say that, hold on.
Hold that all men are created equal.
How can I say the Most High said all men are created equal when I'm sitting here looking at you, slime? You got slime in your veins for blood. He said, I can even crush you like a bug on the ground. He's going against all of the what's the name, Confederates and all of them who wanted slavery. See, why won't they teach us about this white man? Surely, if Brother Khalid knew it, had that, why would you say he was the devil? He can't be the devil. Listen, this is Thaddeus Stevens. They wrote him out of history. I got one even more for you. Listen, Wristfly. Y'all listen clearly. I'm about to teach y'all some serious history tonight. Y'all heard? So before the people who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not, that do lie, before they took over the Hollywood, there was a film, I'm not sure if he was one of them, but there was a film created, and it was the film that was created to bolster Christian racism against blacks, against the freed blacks from slavery. It was a movie called The Birth of a Nation. All right? Now, this movie, A Birth of a Nation, was G.W. Griffith. I think it was in the 20s. I forgot when this come out. It'll come out. And in this movie, this man, the movie Birth of a Nation, this was the movie that promoted racism to have, and the Ku Klux Klan grew its members by millions from when that movie came out. It promoted that the black man was a savage after the white woman and everything, that we were beasts and all this. It's called The Birth of a Nation. It was like the first major motion picture in America movie. And I know that the tribe, the small hats, those that say they are the tribe of Judah and do not, the Uish, they realized the power from that movie, what it was able to instill, and they went and took over Hollywood. All right, thank you, 1950. Do y'all not know the movie? Y'all don't, I'm about to show y'all. The Birth of a Nation was about him, Thaddeus Stevens. He was against slavery. So the movie was against him. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to this video. Y'all come on in history class. Check this out, guys. The real movie, Birth of a Nation. The portrayal of Thaddeus Stevens has changed dramatically over the years. This has been particularly true in the movies and television. In the 1915 silent film Birth of a Nation, the Thaddeus Stevens, the inspired character, is a vindictive, power-mad politician intent on crushing Southern whites. So they portrayed him as insane, power-mad, dark, and vindictive. and they changed his name. So every time they would do something for Thaddeus Stevens, they would change, they was rewriting him out of history, and they wrote his character to say he was insane. All right? And what he was intent on crushing slavery. This white man. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Watch this, children. This is incredible what y'all is about to teach y'all. Honestly. And then after this, I got a way more incredible thing coming. Y'all gonna learn tonight. Hold on, let me go forward. All right, here we go. Then they made a film in 1942 called Tennessee Johnson. In that film, Thaddeus Stevens is treated better, but they still call him a fanatic built on ruining the well-meaning President Andrew Johnson. So after Abraham, let me give y'all some, well, it's going to come out. Abraham Lincoln died. Thaddeus, listen how they, that Abraham, let me explain something. Thaddeus Stevens, Abraham Lincoln was shook of Thaddeus Stevens. This is how powerful this white man was. That Thaddeus Stevens was like, I ain't even rocking with you, Abraham Lincoln, because you only even trying to fight the South because you want to form a union. You don't want to free the slaves. You're about money for America. I want to free the slaves. And Abraham Lincoln had to bow down to Thaddeus. Thaddeus Stevens called Abraham Lincoln a hypocrite. What? You know they're going to release, you know they're never going to teach this history. I'm about to show y'all the history. Y'all listen clearly. True history. This is how powerful Thaddeus Stevens was. He called Abraham Lincoln a hypocrite. Then Abraham Lincoln got assassinated and they elected Andrew Johnson. And Thaddeus Wilson went to Andrew Johnson and said, I will remove your whole Congress. And they made a movie called Tennessee Johnson. Y'all could go watch it. Just Google it. And that's Thaddeus Stevens against President Andrew Johnson. And they call him a fanatic. Yeah. All right, here we go. Oh, it's going to come out. So we got some stuff. Y'all going to learn something tonight. In the 2004, the PBS miniseries called Reconstruction of the Civil War, it describes Thaddeus Stevens as a principled advocate of equality pitted against a stubborn President Andrew Johnson who cares little about the protecting the freed slaves. Birth of a Nation, 1915, hailed as the first epic film of all movies in the world. Birth of a Nation has all the stereotypes of the lost cause legend. It has the kindly master. The master is supposed to be kind to his slaves. The happy slaves. This is what's in the Birth of a Nation. I'm about to break stuff down. It's going to be good. Let me walk this down. We're going somewhere. It has the kindly master, the happy slaves, and the heroic Ku Klux Klan who come to save the day. The powerful Northern congressman, which is Thaddeus Stevens. They changed his name to Austin Stoneman. So the movie, The Birth of a Nation, which stereotyped the blacks for them to continue unaliving us and lynching us. The powerful Northern congressman, they named him Austin Stoneman. This is Thaddeus Stevens. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is the movie, The Birth of a Nation, broken down from up. So this is how the movie starts. G.W. Griffith, in 1860, a great parliamentary leader, whom we shall call Austin Stoneman, that's Thaddeus Stevens, he was rising to power in the House of Representatives. We find him with his young daughter, Elsie, in their apartments in Washington, D.C. All right? Right, it was DG, I guess, then. All right? Now, here we go. Yeah, this is the actual first film, The Birth of a Nation. Now, we're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to just show you clips, and then I'm going to get to, y'all just hold on. Learn history, children. was a silent movie. All right, here you go. This is how it starts. Now, this is supposed to be, I think, we'll find out. So this is the movie they showed to white America that had them mob black people all over America, and unalive, and the KKK grew by millions of members. All right, from this movie. So the kindly slave master of Cameron Hall. So you see, I say he's kindly. The slave master is kindly. Look, he's caring for the little cat. He got the puppies. He's a kind slave master. And outside in the slave quarters, look at the good old black slaves. They are so happy to be slaves. So that's a black slave, right? Right? So now they're outside in the slave quarters where the slaves live. In the hood, they're in the projects, they're in the ghetto. You cannot make this up. I know. Yo, did he have polka dot? He got polka dot boxes. So he got his Kwame boxes. Yo, oh, it's laggy? It should not be laggy.
It is.
Hold on. Wow, let me see. They messing with my. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh, because they only gave me one bar. All right, come on, give me my bars back. So, hold on. Connection is unstable. Oh, so the other thing wasn't laggy, right? The other one? No. All right, so let's come on, give me my bar back. Yeah, fight on my behalf. So we definitely got to try to get our new system. They wanted me to have one bar now. All right, so and then what I'm about to bring after this is too powerful. That's why they really don't want this to play. So we battle against principalities and spirits in high places. So we rebuke all these spirits. We ask the Father to grace us and cover us so that we can get our strength of our because I'm logged in to the Ethernet and it shouldn't even be on no Wi-Fi. So they got it at one bar, right? Thank you. Now y'all, it shouldn't be laggy. All right, so let's give it a second and then I hope they don't try to do that for the other clip because the other one is crazy. What y'all about to see. Y'all about to learn something really good and they want to try to destroy it. All right? Right? Greater is he that is within us. Greater. All right? So, and the numbers are going up too. Now I can see the numbers. It's 77 us on the live. All right, come on, bring my bar up. Why is it staying at one bar? Oh, they mad. Oh, so you mad, you little serpents? You're mad that we bringing the truth to power. We're bringing a balance. We're exposing the truth. That you try to erase Thaddeus Stevens from the history. You try to erase the true history, right? All right, so hold on. Yeah, they mad. Ah, it went up to 2. All right, hold on. Let's give it a second. Give it a second. There it go. It's back. Y'all let me know if it do it again. All right, y'all let me know if it do it again. All right, here we go. Let's get back. I'm gonna put it. Thank you now, y'all. That was good. I'm glad you told me it was lagging. All right, how do I do it? Go back to View Tab File. There we go. Here we go. So now let me put it back. Let me show y'all the slave quarters, right? So now they go outside in the slave quarters, right? And the slave, then they got they got the umbrellas and the hats. Here we go. It took me back. It took me right back to one bar again. Oh, they is mad. That's insane. Was that lagging again?
It
That's
was.
crazy. Yep. They literally, I knew they was gonna do it. All right, we're gonna give it a moment. It'll only 58 thumbs up. Please put some likes up, children, so others can find us. It went up to 77, now it's down to about 70, right? And now they wanna, of course they wanna do that because we about to really bring something powerful in a second. So they wanna, all right, so what could I do? It's really nothing I can do, right? It's nothing I can do. I just gotta wait till they bring my bar back up, till they bring it back up. Oh, these people trying to destroy our lesson. The devil's a lie. All right, so what I'm gonna do, while that's good, while they doing that, I'm gonna do this, right? I might as well wait. I'm gonna watch the thing, and I'm gonna bring my breakdown until this bar come back up. So, children of Yah, the lesson tonight was are all white people evil? Are all white, that's a generality. We cannot say all no people are nothing. That's wicked. So in the night's lesson, we traveled through all the rivers of the blood. We exposed the KKK. Oh, I didn't even show that clip. Oh, I jumped. Oh, wow. I jumped past the thumbnail clip. It's 11:41. All right. When they give us back, we got to get to the thumbnail clip. Sorry, I went right. I forgot. I jumped right over the thumbnail. All right. So when they give me my bars back, I'm gonna get to that clip. I'm glad. Praise y'all. All right, we got 2 bars. It should be coming back. Hopefully it'll stay full. There it goes, back. All right. So now I'm gonna go from here. I'll come back to this. I need to go to the thumbnail clip. Thank you, y'all. I just that's crazy. I just skipped right over the thumbnail clip, and that is crazy. Y'all gotta see the thumbnail clip. All right. So here we go. Where's my thumbnail clip? Why did I jump over it? Where is it? Because I didn't pull it in. All right, let me pull it in. All right. So yeah, we gotta do. I'll come back. We're gonna come back to Brother Thaddeus, right? But let's do the thumbnail clip. Well, let me see if I could find it. If it's that one, no, that one, no, that one. Let me find it really quick. What's it named? No. All right, let me pull it in. That's what it is. Let me pull it in. All right, anyway, let me go tonight to, I called it weirdos. All right, let's pull it in. KKK weirdos. Pull it up here. Bang. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to this video. Hold on, make this smaller, make it full screen. There we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Hopefully I got bar. Yep, I got 4 bars. Here we go. This is the thumbnail for that dude. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. These are some of the authors of what's going to be shown in this video. Here we go.
When one thinks of the KKK, images of the horrendous, racially motivated crimes they carried out immediately come to mind. The group were hell-bent on imposing racial hierarchy and pushing white supremacy. And whilst their crimes ought to never be dismissed...
Now you see, their cross, this is Christianity. You can't come and try to take their religion from them. The Greco-Romans, that's their religion. They're Christians of the dragon. That old serpent, Hasatan, the dragon. They say it. They tell you. But black people and others, they want to take this religion that was made of the serpent.
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be. You have no idea. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Mon. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened.
Right? So they tell you and show you, right? But then they come and they want to make it, they are Christians. The Greeks did this, but the Greeks had these togas on. They was coming to grape your little boys, the boys and stuff. That's what they did. Romans, same thing, under togas and all this stuff. This their religion. All right, let's continue.
It's important to remember just how weird the KKK actually were. In today's video, we will cover the weirdest things ever done by the Ku Klux Klan. It's perhaps helpful to start with a brief description as to what the KKK is. The Klan was founded in 1865 in Tennessee by 6 former Confederate soldiers. It was one of the many social fraternities at the time, though following the end of the Civil War, it would take on a paramilitary role. The Klan would harass, attack, and murder newly freed African Americans. They would become synonymous with lynchings, arson, and threats designed to suppress civil rights and political participation in the Southern American states.
And this one Kirk talking about, it's talking about make America great again, everything that was good for us. This is the systemic part, brother Wristfly, where all of these things, this is what happened. So after slavery, this is what was coming after us. Enslaving, lynching, doing all of this stuff, right?
Many social fraternities at the time, though following the end of the Civil War, it would take on a paramilitary role. The Klan would harass, attack, and murder newly freed African Americans. They would become synonymous with lynchings, arson, and threats designed to suppress civil rights and political participation in the Southern American states. They would see peaks in their activities operating in 3 distinct phases. The first was during the 1860s, opposing Reconstruction. The next during the 1910s and 20s, which was the peak of their membership. And the third, opposing the...
That's because the movie Birth of a Nation, that peaked their membership to millions.
The civil rights movements of the... which was the peak of their membership. And the third, opposing the civil rights movements of the 1950s and 60s. But even the way the Klan was organized itself was rather weird. The rank names given to these members of the group read more like characters from a fantasy book. During the Reconstruction era, the Klan was organized into dens of rank and file. Members were aptly called ghouls, led by a Grand Cyclops. These
They were called ghouls, led by a Grand Cyclops, and goblins and dragons. These Christians. You understand? Let's continue.
Members were aptly called ghouls, led by a Grand Cyclops. These Grand Cyclopses would be part of empires led by Grand Dragons, with his trusty squires. Above them all would be the Imperial Wizard, who would oversee the Klan's activities. This was a deliberate attempt to style the Klan as a secretive and supernatural organization. When combined with their white hoods, they sought to present themselves as a fantastical and otherworldly force, all contributing to the terror tactics employed against black people and those who supported Reconstruction. The Klan all...
KKK lecture tonight, Christian Tabernacle. And come out to Anaheim. This Christian is always...
also engaged in some rather insidious and weird attempts to improve their image. One of these ways was through charitable acts for African Americans. There are few photographs as weird and as striking as the one on screen right now. It shows an elderly black couple, Jack and Rose Riddle. Behind them stands an eerie-looking Santa Claus holding the couple's hand. And behind the creepy Santa Claus, there are a number of hooded members of the KKK. The purpose of the photograph was to highlight the Klan's charitable activities. At the time, Jack Riddle in this photograph is believed to be over 100 years old, and his wife Rose were both formerly enslaved. The photograph was taken in 1948 as part of a drive to rebrand the KKK. Pride and place in the center of the photograph, sitting on a chair, is a red...
See this? Christianity, the cross. That's where the red cross and all that. So these people, everybody, they run around this Christian stuff. That's their religion. These were former slaves. So this is mockery and ain't no telling what they did to them after this picture. All right? She said that's the same. He said that's the same year the Ishpi became a nation state. This is terrifying. Look at the blood on the Santa Claus face. You know, but they didn't see so much. They were slaves. They were former slaves. They didn't see so much. And he gave them, this is a mockery. They gave them a radio. That's what's at the bottom, down here. And it was said in the story that the slaves, the freely slaves, were so poor they couldn't afford to have, radio and stuff, whatever. And people, they were so poor in the South, and they couldn't hear. It says some story like they couldn't hear the KKK coming to unalive their whole on the radio, so they gave them a radio, so they can hear. It could be announced when they come in to burn their house down and stuff. It's like some wicked stuff. You understand? Some seriously, we're all Christian in the name of Jesus, in the name of God, Jesus and God. Not the Most High, Yah, and the Messiah, Yahweh Shah, Yahweh Shah, the Son of the Most High, but Jesus and God, Greco-Roman religion of Christianity.
As the one on screen right now, it shows an elderly black couple, Jack and Rose Riddle. Behind them stands an eerie
R.I.P. to Jack and Rose Riddle.
looking Santa Claus holding the couple's hand, and behind
I meant to say it, rest in peace, Shalayan. Because for what y'all don't know, just because I say R.I.P., that don't mean, because I remember in the other one, I kept saying R.I.P. to Captain Kirk, and I know everybody, R.I.P. can mean, it can mean rest in peace, and it could also mean ripped in pieces. People don't know. I'm from New York, so I got to say stuff to be politically correct and everything. So I'm like, okay, it's all good. R.I.P. I ain't say what that acronym standing for, and right? I don't know. I ain't say anything, right? So she said, rest in peril, right? It could be whatever. Right? Right? That word is trying to like that. It's just steady saying R.I.P. I'm like, yeah. Ripped in pieces. It is what I don't know. I didn't say that was what I meant. I ain't saying nothing. Right? Just don't. Just because don't worry. It's so funny. I just laugh every time I do it. I said they have no idea. Right? Because I could care less. I don't want nobody to be unalived or nothing. But I'm not, let the dead bury the dead. I'm not falling or batting an eye over that. I'm not hoping no shalom. You gonna get what you just, ain't no shalom in Hades anyway. That boy in Gehenna. ain't no shalom in Gehenna anyway. In Hades while he awaiting the judgment. I'm sorry. It is what it is. All right, so anyway, let's get. I just wanted to share that later after all the right. All right. So
creepy Santa Claus.
Yeah, the acronym can mean what's in your thought. I know nobody knew that. I'm like, yeah, I did. I knew every time I said it. Well, if y'all go back to the old studies, y'all laugh when y'all watch. They're like, oh, it's a trip. Oh yeah.
There are a number.
Gotta be politically correct for the thing, right? And I'm like, my condolences to the right. Girl, bye. That girl ain't nothing but ultra perm. She ain't nothing but set him up. She ain't nothing but epidermis island. All right. Anyway, let's continue. So anyway, this dark, wicked Satan Claus, and he got blue on. That's some. I wish I knew what that meant, what that denoted. That blue, I bet you it means something, right? Right? So I'm like, oh my goodness. All right, so anyway, let's continue.
Of hooded members of the KKK. The purpose of the photograph was to highlight the Klan's charitable care. The purpose of the photograph was to highlight the clan's charitable activities. At the time, Jack Riddle in this photograph is believed to be over 100 years old, and his wife Rose were both formerly enslaved. The photograph was taken in 1948 as part of a drive to rebrand the KKK. Pride and place in the centre of the photograph, sitting on a chair, is a radio and an assorted bag of groceries. The radio was reportedly given so that the couple could have their wish to listen to preachers on the radio, having never owned one. According to the Klan Grand Dragon, Samuel Green, the purpose of the photograph was to demonstrate the heart of the Klan. Now,
when I went to do my deep dive research, they said that the radio was so that they can hear, they could maybe know, it could be announced when the Klan's coming to burn their children's house down and hang their children. It's crazy. All right, let's continue. The KKK, American Crusaders, and the women of the KKK will hold a patriotic demonstration.
Of course, it should be remembered that the KKK did play a very visible and active role in the southern states of America in preventing black people from having access to civil rights, decent education, and respect. Their use of violence and intimidation was to maintain a racial hierarchy that sought to keep black people as second-class citizens. This act of charity was not typical in how the Klan treated black people, and merely an attempt to alter their public perception. Another example of strange activities of the Klan is their holding of a number of family picnics. These gatherings were held during the height of the Klan's power. This was in the 1920s, and were designed to be a recruitment and propaganda tool. Klan picnics were designed to appear, on the surface at least, wholesome. Entire families would attend, bringing blankets and homemade food to fields and parks. There were sack races for children, music from local bands, and baking competitions. By all appearances, it would have looked like an ordinary picnic, apart from the presence of hooded Klan members. But what made these picnics so weird was the context. The same men who just days earlier may have taken part in a cross burning or an
All these burning crosses.
act of racial
Christianity. That's what it is.
intimidation would now be serving food to children or laughing and playing with their families. The goal was to present the Klan in a positive light, one that showed
See the crosses? All on the, Christianity.
the Klan as a bastion of family values. But these picnics were far from the innocent fun they appeared to be. They were carefully crafted recruitment events. Speeches were delivered between games, often framed with patriotic language about protecting America or defending Christian values. Prospective members were encouraged to join. All the while, children were indoctrinated by growing up in an environment where the Klan was presented as a social club rather than a hate group. This blending of leisure and extremism is one of the strangest tactics employed by the Klan. They managed to turn picnics, usually associated with warmth and community, into platforms of spreading intolerance. But when darkness crept over the picnic, the disturbing rituals of the Klan would be performed. The picnics would often end with ceremonies at dusk. Cross burnings and initiations of new members would be carried out in front of the crowd of attendees. The true nature of the picnic would be revealed in a disturbing spectacle of fire, secrecy, and intimidation. The goal
And the hanging and the unaliving burning of an Igor. That's the pick of Igor. That's where picnic come from.
of the picnics were to blur the lines between everyday American activities and those of the Klan. By making their movement look like a family-friendly club, they sought to sanitize its violent image. People who might never have considered burning a cross on a person's lawn or carrying out a nighttime raid against a black family could still attend a Klan picnic. Over time, they might become more comfortable with the Klan, developing closer relationships with its members, and become even more radicalized. At the very least, the presence of the Klan would become normalized in their eyes. It would not be uncommon to see processions and parades of thousands of Klansmen and women marching through the streets. In August of 1925, tens of thousands of Klan members marched through the United States Capitol in a show of force. Not only that, it showed how the attempts to bring the Klan into the mainstream was somewhat successful. During the 1910s and 20s, membership of the Klan exploded. By the mid-1920s, the Klan boasted a membership of around 5 million people, and for each new member, a membership fee would be paid. This was termed the collect token, costing a new member around $10. which is around $150 in today's money. One might expect that the fee would go towards the running of the clan or be held in some regional or national treasury. But here's the unbelievably shocking thing. Much of the fee membership would be divided up amongst the leadership of the clan. Akin to a pyramid scheme or a multi-level marketing commission scheme, the $10 would end up in the pockets of certain members. The recruiters, also known as the Kleagle, would, from every membership fee, receive a $4 commission. There were at one point over 1,000 of these recruiters, acting as salesmen for the clan to entice new members. Each of these
This sounds just like the IUIC membership recruiting, where he got them out. And that's why Bishop Nathaniel is worth 25, almost 30 million right now. The clan had the same structure. They would go out, recruit, and then each of the hierarchy would get sound like the church. They would get the money, and it made them multi-millionaires.
salesmen were encouraged to play on whatever prejudice.
He said pyramid scheme, a multi MLM, one of the first ones. All right.
New members. The mission. There were at one point over 1,000 of these recruiters, acting as salesmen for the clan to entice new members. Each of these salesmen were encouraged to play on whatever prejudice was prevalent in a particular region. For example, if one town exhibited anti-Catholic views, they would focus on that in order to attract new members.
Look at these masks, bro. I'm sorry, but this is real hard. I'm not scared of stuff, but this is because I know the spirit and what they did to our ancestors, that this is some horrifying imagery. And they did it for that reason. These punks. Because it takes a group of them, these devil punks.
For example, if one town exhibited anti-Catholic views, they would focus on that in order to attract new members. From the remaining $6, $1 from each Kleagle sale would go on to the regional head, known as the King Kleagle. Further up the chain, the high-ranking leadership of the clan would also line their pockets. The Great Goblin, the Grand Dragon, and the Imperial Wizard would all get a share of the membership. Even if it was only 50 cents a member, with 1 million members, it was a very lucrative model. It is therefore not surprising that many of the high-ranking members of the clan became incredibly wealthy.
God, he said even if one of them got 50 cents a member, they had millions of members. Wow. That's $500,000 right there if it's just 1 million members. 50 cents. Just 50 cents. The other one was getting dollars and $10 for millions of members.
The founder of the second clan, William Joseph Simmons, had alone amassed hundreds of thousands of dollars from membership fees. This would also not be the only money-making scheme in the clan. The infamous hooded robes were sold alongside the membership fee at an inflated price. New members were encouraged to purchase clan-branded sweets, life insurance, and all manner of merchandise made by the clan. Often the factories that produced these items were linked to or owned by leading clan members. Further,
they is pimping the clan. The clan is pimping. Hooray! They had to buy they was buying the uniforms, and they had the printing presses to make the uniforms. They had to pay dues. This sound like this sound like the camps. Wow. Okay, hold on.
new members were encouraged to purchase clan-branded sweets, life insurance, and all manner of merchandise made by the clan. Often the factories that produced these items were linked to or owned by leading clan members, further enriching themselves. All of this speaks to the clan being not only a racist and violent organisation, but one built to personally enrich its leading members akin to a pyramid scheme. But despite its large membership and seemingly endless growth, the clan would begin to fragment. One key event that caused the downfall was the abduction, murder, and essay of Madge Oberholzer. David Stevenson was the Grand Dragon of the Indiana clan, who was for a time in a brief relationship with Madge. But Stevenson managed to convince her to meet up again, at which point he drugged and abducted her. Madge was bundled onto Stevenson's private train, at which point she was abused physically and assaulted repeatedly, biting into her skin all over her body. Stevenson even laughed at Madge's assertions that she would report the assault to law enforcement. Stevenson held such political power and influence that he replied that he was the law in Indiana. Stevenson's cronies dropped Madge's unconscious body back at her home, believing that she was dead. However, she was still alive and rushed to hospital. At the hospital, she was able to tell the police everything. However, she soon succumbed to her injuries. Stevenson was soon arrested and convicted for second-degree murder. In response, almost 200,000 members of the Indiana Klan renounced their membership. From then on, investigations into the political corruption and embezzlement of funds by the Klan led to dozens of resignations and the collapse of the second iteration of the Klan. When looking into the history of the KKK, the crimes they committed are rightly center stage, but it can also be helpful to examine the weirdness of such groups. Not only is it interesting, but it can allow one to not be disarmed or lulled into being propagandized by such groups in the future. During the early 20th century, the Klan leaned into its unique spelling of Klan, having many of its ranks start with the letters KL. There were ranks such as
Alright, that's enough of this. Let's get to, that was the thumbnail part. Now, let's get back to the real fruit. Alright, let me get back to the brother. We do enough with the darkness. Let's get to the light. To my brother Thaddeus Stevens, the righteous brother Thaddeus. Alright. Here we go. We're right on time too. So by the time I get to that, this should end perfectly. All right, here we go. Share this tab instead. Bang. All right. So now, where we stopped before, this is the Birth of a Nation movie. And now the Klan blew up when this movie came out. So this movie came out in 1915. And that's when the Klan blew to 100 million. The Klan is in this movie. So they showed a movie. They made a movie to show the Klan, right? So they said in the movie, they said the white master, a kindly white master, and the happy slaves. So the slaves are all happy, right? And they about to start dancing and shucking and jiving, right? That's what they want to rewrite history. The slaves was happy. So the slave masters, they out in the slave quarters, and here go the slaves. That's why I said you cannot make this up. Did y'all? Yo, boy, I know. Unrighteous white people are a hot mess. Right? Copyright disclaimers. This is a hot mess. That's why I said he got his polka dot. Look, guy, he got polka dot on. They just this. Okay? Yeah, I think of some this this the original actual silent movie one. You know, I got the real dozy. I think they made a newer version, right? Now, they're supposed to be the happy slaves. Doing the jig. Yeah, he got pajamas on outside, doing the jig for the slave masters. They happy, right? They happy to dance for massa, right? This is what they put out in the movie. See, look, slaves are happy. Yes, sir, master. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, master. And then, so Stoneman is Thaddeus Stevens. So this is what the movie about. So we're going to get a break. This is dope. So Thaddeus Stevens protests against President Lincoln's policy of clemency for the South. Now, what y'all didn't know, guys, is President Lincoln wanted to free, he didn't care about freeing the slaves. He cared about making a union, making the United South and the North become one United States, right? And in President Lincoln's deal that he was making with the Confederate, the South, He said, we're going to give all the slave on everybody in South clemency. Y'all won't have to pay nothing. No legal action will be against y'all. No jail time, no nothing. But Thaddeus Stevens said the devil's a lie. Now listen clearly, children. This is a white man. Thaddeus Stevens said, oh, under my dead body, each slave owner, each slave catcher, each person that has something to do with slavery have to pay. He was talking jail time, reparations. He was talking Thaddeus Stevens, this white man. So the clip you seen at the beginning, that was him in the movie that they made, Shed His Tab. He's a congressman. He went to Congress about it. Look.
How can I hold that all men are created equal when here before me stands stinking the moral carcass of the gentleman from Ohio, proof that some men are inferior, endowed by their maker with dim wits?
Because these are the ones, the Confederates, they want to keep slavery. And he was speaking, and he was so powerful. Lincoln, they didn't even assassinate him, nothing. I don't know what, that was a strong what. They were shook of him. He was not scared. He said, I ain't getting no, so he went and barked on Lincoln. And Lincoln told him, like, yo, chill out, man. Like, it's okay. Like, I'm not, he said, I don't care. You're a coward, right? You just doing this for money. No, he wasn't stopping unless they pay. He said, y'all need to go to jail. That was a crime, what y'all did. Crime against humanity. Thaddeus Stevens. Rest in Shalom to Thaddeus Stevens, our white brother, fighting on our behalf. All right? So he protested against, so this is the movie, Birth of an, see, I'm about, through y'all is teaching y'all through me what they did with this movie and what it was really about. We would have had no idea. We wouldn't even watch this silent movie, right? This was about Thaddeus Stevens telling Lincoln, we ain't allowing the slave owners from the South clemency. He was protesting against Lincoln's policy of clemency for the South. They weren't going to pay no reparations. They weren't going to do no jail time. They weren't going to have to pay for nothing. They was going to be able to just keep being rich off the wealth, and that's it. And Lincoln didn't even want to have to free them. All right? Yeah, Thaddeus clubs had mad outside of the club energy, and they was shook of him. All of them. He went to Andrew Johnson. All right, let me not get ahead. Let's continue. You're going to see in a second. So again, all right, let me go forward. So this is Birth of a Nation. So now this isn't the Birth of a Nation movie. This is Abraham Lincoln, and this is Thaddeus Stevens coming to see Abraham Lincoln. This is the movie Birth of a Nation. It's crazy work, bro. I was like, y'all, you are the dope. Y'all is dope. I'm like, teach me too. I didn't know this. I never even heard of Thaddeus Stevens. So now, and I never watched this movie. I heard of it, but I'm nobody trying to watch this. Now look, this is Thaddeus Stevens coming into Lincoln. Lincoln is the president right here. This is the movie.
Not playing or sharing screen.
Oh, Shed His Tab instead. Sorry, but sorry, I thought it was playing. All right, so this is Abraham Lincoln, right? The Thaddeus Stevens coming in. I wasn't sharing that before. So it says, Stoneman, that's Thaddeus Stevens, protests against President Lincoln's policy of clemency for the South. All right? And this is, so now, shout out to Brother Joe Neal. Shout out to Brother Joe. So now, Thaddeus Stevens is going to walk in, and he's not with Lincoln's stuff. Thaddeus Stevens is a strong man of truth. All right? Strong man of truth. All right. Now, here we go. So that's Birth of a Nation. Abraham Lincoln standing up. That's supposed to be Thaddeus Stevens. They call him Stoneman. And Thaddeus Stevens walked, he had a club foot. He walked with a limp because something happened to him when he was little. It'll come out. Let's continue. All right, so that's the movie. He's discussing with Lincoln. All right. So their leaders must be hanged and their states treated as conquered provinces. Now, he didn't say that they needed to be hanged. So this is what they're doing. This is how they're inciting the so-called white people back then in the 1950s to go against, all right? So Thaddeus Stevens was saying they need to go to trial. They need to be committed for their atrocities against the so-called blacks in slavery, right? So, right, y'all get Joanne McQueen. The word is where you at. Go somewhere, open your Bible and read the word. You want to go somewhere and read the word. Go read it. Enjoy yourself. We teaching history. We teaching what's happening right now. This is the word. You heard that part. All right. So y'all don't ban her or him or whatever, but y'all know we're going to get these trolls. All right. So now this is where they're inciting, like they're doing today, right? Like the administration is doing today. All right. Oh, she said, okay, thank you. Okay, I ain't mean no disrespect. Well, maybe I just read what you wrote wrong. All right. All right. So now, anyway, I apologize if I read what you wrote wrong, if you're not a troll or whatever. If you are a troll, then whatever. All right. So anyway, so the same thing that the administration is doing today, right? Because of the Kirk incident, they're trying to make the whites go against the blacks and the blacks go against the whites, right? This is the same thing they did in this movie. So in the movie, they act like Thaddeus Stevens said to hang the Confederate soldiers from Lincoln, but that ain't what he said. He said they just need to go to trial. They need to go to court, not to be hanged. But anyway, so it says their leaders must be hanged and their states treated as conquered provinces. All right. So they got the music like a climaxing. So Lincoln said, I shall deal with them as if they had never been away. Right? And then let's see what Stevens say. Right? So Stevens, so this part saying Lincoln's like, I'm gonna deal with them the way I want to, like they never, been away from the separation from the state. Right? Shout out to Pastor Joint Podcast. Thank you, King. Thank you so much for your super stick. I humbly receive, King. And so Thaddeus Stevens in here, he's like, all right, so nothing to see. So he goes away, right? But they're trying to make Thaddeus Stevens the bad guy, right? Because he's fighting for the rights of the slaves, to free the slaves. So they're trying to make him the villain, right? That's what this Birth of a Nation was, right? So he leaves out. So now then Lincoln got assassinated. And it says Thaddeus Stevens. He got told of the assassination, right? And then, so now he got told that Lincoln got assassinated. So they told Thaddeus Stevens that Lincoln is unalived. Now look, that's a person in whiteface. That's a blackface. That's a white person in blackface acting like a black person, right? All right, so anyway, let's continue. Thank you, daughter of Yah. Yahshua, thank you so much for your super stick. I humbly receive, daughter of Yah. All right, so now, so they tell him Lincoln got assassinated. This is the movie. All right, let me fast forward. And then it says, you are now the greatest power in America. So this is what they saying. They telling Thaddeus Stevens that. Now he's the greatest power in America. And they're saying he's wicked, right? The one who wants to actually free the slaves, right? It says, and now began an era of cruel chicanery and political upheaval as a result of the carpetbaggers. They call in Thaddeus Stevens a carpetbagger. That's what they called them up in the North because they cared about slavery, black people. It says, as a result of the carpetbaggers' studied degradation of the conquered South, it said a cruel chicanery of political upheaval took place after Lincoln's assassination because of Thaddeus Stevens. The uncrowned king, the executive mansion now seems to have shifted from the White House to Thaddeus Stevens' abode on Capitol Hill. So now they're making it like he's the king of America. And all this is untrue. But this is what they put in the movie. Don't it sound like what they're doing today? This is to to incite the whites, right? To incite this, right? So they're lying on Thaddeus Stevens, right? All right, so this now Thaddeus Stevens' protege named Silas Lynch. I know, right? A mulatto, a leader of the blacks. Now they created this character and made him a mulatto and says he's the leader of the blacks. And look what his name is, Silas Lynch. Now that does his brother, so it's a made up image, but there's a Lynch from Lynchburg, Virginia, which is a whole nother thing. It's not the same, right? So anyway, so now they made up that our righteous brother Thaddeus Stevens had his protege was supposed to be a mulatto, right? And he was supposed to be the leader of the blacks, right? Now you gotta understand this motion picture is being fed to the people in 1915, 1916, right? The white people, right? The poor whites. Now this is also about to be the Depression era and stuff. It's not quite yet. In the 20s, Depression era stuff, but so they was doing kind of well at this time, right? So anyway, so now that's supposed to be his daughter, Thaddeus Stevens' daughter, and this is supposed to be the mulatto black man, right? And so look, so he's coming. They're supposed to be, right? So the story is saying that this mulatto black man is smashing Thaddeus Stevens' daughter. So again, more suggestive programming to make him think like Thaddeus Stevens is a fool because he don't know that his trusted servant, that's the leader of the blacks, is secretly smashing your daughter, right? This is suggesting that, the black man was after the white woman, right? So then he comes in, there you go. So he talks to Thaddeus Stevens, that's his protege, right? He says, don't scrape to me, you are equal of any man here. You see? So when this mulatto, he's supposed to be black, right? Mulatto, when he comes to Thaddeus Stevens, he bends down, and Thaddeus Stevens says, don't scrape to me, you are the equal of any man here. That's how Thaddeus Stevens truly lived, truly believed. So that's, I don't know, they're making a movie about this, right? This is the script. So then, it says, Senator Sumner urges a less dangerous policy in the extension of the power to the lately freed Negroes. So the mulatto, his protege is coming and saying, Senator Sumner is urging that we make a less dangerous policy in the extension of the power to the lately freed Negroes, right? Then, so that's supposed to be his daughter. She looked like she got blackface on. She's supposed to be listening. She's ear hustling at the door. He said, I shall make this man Silas Lynch as a symbol of his race, the peer of any white man that's living. So they said, this is what they're saying that Thaddeus Stevens said. So this is the trigger the white masses who watching the movie. How dare he wants to make, right, the freely slave Negro, he wants to make him as a symbol of his race, the peer of any white man living. This to incite them to be, that's what this movie did. And many died. It was mobs through all United States unaliving because of this movie. And the KKK got millions of people joined from this movie, right? So look, so so this movie said, once Thaddeus Stevens supposed to have said this about Silas Lynch, his daughter, who was ear hustling, look what she did. They said she celebrated. So she's supposed to be an Igga lover. So they saying Thaddeus Stevens' daughter is a secret Igga lover. Look, so she's happy. So it says the organization has saved the South from anarchy, but not without the shedding of more blood than was spilled at Gettysburg. That's Thaddeus Stevens' organization. And here come the Klan. See? Summoning the KKK. So now, after Thaddeus Stevens said that this is made up, that the Silas Lynch, we're going to make him equal to any white man and everything. And they says, now the organization, the KKK, that saved the South from anarchy, but not without the shedding of more blood that was spilled. You see, this is in the movie. And this is why the recruitment of the KKK bloomed to over 1 million from this movie. That's why they created this movie. All right. So the KKK was when they said, save the South from this anarchy, from the blacks having equal rights. And here it go. Look. So this is the KKK to the rescue to free the whites from the blacks having equal rights. Y'all see? You see? This is the formation. And I'm about to show y'all who the real Thaddeus is, and it's amazing that they wrote this man out of history. He's got to be one of the most powerful white men in American history that I've ever read of. And they blotted him out of history totally. All right, listen. The town given over to crazed Negroes brought in by Stoneman, Thaddeus Stevens, and Lynch to overcome the whites. So now in this movie, they made this up that the town that before had the blacks dancing and bucking, right? Remember dancing? Now it's being overthrown by crazed Negroes because Thaddeus and Lynch, they're saying if we let Thaddeus do what he do and give Negroes free rights, replacement theory. Come on, Hagyama. Ain't nothing new under the sun. This is what they will do. Now look, this is what they said. This is what happened because Thaddeus Stevens, what they call Stoneman, allowed the blacks to have free rights, to be equal. This is what happened. This is what they showed in this made-up movie. This propaganda. Hold on, let me go forward a little bit. This is what they said happened. Now that is a funny actual image because look at, they must have been going crazy, Joe Neal. Can you imagine? You know that today, right? So the propaganda, remember, you know how back then this was the first, they was going, they're like, oh my goodness, it's like the Igors are coming. You know that story, the redcoats are coming? They must have been like, the Igors are coming. The Igors, we got to join the Klan. From land to land, they did join. They got millions to join the Klan. All right, but anyway, look. But the funny thing, look, it didn't look like they was, hold on, look. This was the image they showed. I don't see nobody being unalived. It looked, wow, that's crazy that they actually showed the image of all the blacks looking all well-dressed and they look like they just enjoying themselves. I don't see wow, that's actually crazy that they showed that image. And then, oh, hold on. Okay, I think they just showed somebody clubbing. Maybe that's supposed to be the blacks with, oh, okay. So maybe some of the blacks came crazed with guns and clubs. I guess they're supposed to be the blacks. And here come the KKK to the rescue. Yo, this part is crazy. The KKK is on their way to the rescue. And so the KKK comes into town and they start the parade of the liberators. So the KKK comes into the town and they ran all the blacks out, all the crazed black Negroes out, all the Igors. And this is the parade of liberation. Yeah, and all the white families are happy. That was the A Birth of a Nation, the first epic film, and the riots that happened after that. Now this, everybody worldwide, introducing copyright disclaimers. This is amazing right here. This right here is an amazing piece of work which y'all about to witness. Praise the Most High for teaching. This right here is amazing. Introducing the real Thaddeus Stevens. All right. Hold on. It won't change. There it go. Introduce and share this tab instead. The real Thaddeus Stevens. The real story. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Whoever made this did our brother Thaddeus Stevens, a righteous, what they call so-called white man. He did him very good justice. Our rest in peace and shalom to our brother Thaddeus Stevens. Copyright disclaimers are in effect.
Thaddeus Stevens, Jim. Help me out.
No, I know the name for some reason, but I don't know who it is.
He was one of the most well-known Americans to the common man, and then sort of fell into a state of being unknown.
I remember very faintly and mostly the fact that our church would every year on his birthday would have a pilgrimage and walk from the church down to his gravesite to pay tribute to him and honor to him for his views and what he's done for African Americans and others.
Oh, absolutely. People don't know who he is. And that's the big question, why?
Thaddeus Stevens.
That's Thaddeus Stevens. Rest in shalom, Thaddeus. We applaud you for your work for righteous sake and for humanity's sake, for righteous sake. And I applaud you for trying to help my ancestors out of that mess that my other ancestors got them in. But shout out to this brother right here.
Was not the kind of historical figure who received the hero's treatment in textbooks. While others who fought for justice were honored, his legacy was largely buried, distorted, or outright ignored. And why? Because he was a white man who dedicated his career to fighting for Black Americans at a time when even so-called progressives had their limits. This man did not just support abolition, he demanded full political and social equality, something even Abraham Lincoln hesitated on. But what exactly did he do to become one of the most powerful and controversial voices against slavery of his time? How much did he really do for Black Americans? Well, let's find out. But before we get into it, don't forget to like the video to support the channel. Now let's begin the fascinating story of Thaddeus Stevens. Thaddeus Stevens wasn't born into privilege, and that defined everything about him. Born on April 4th, 1792 in Danville, Vermont, he was the second of 4 sons. His father, Joshua Stevens, was a shoemaker who struggled to provide for the family, especially after abandoning them when Thaddeus was still a child. His mother, Sarah Stevens, took over the responsibility of raising her sons, determined that they would receive an education, even though money was scarce. From the beginning, Stevens faced obstacles that could have easily derailed him. He was born with a clubfoot, a condition that was more than just a physical disability in his time, but also a social marker. Back then, disabilities were often seen as signs of weakness or even divine punishment, and children like Stevens were frequently mocked. The shame was something he carried, but instead of letting it define him, he used it to fuel his ambition. He later joked that his deformity at least kept him from having to fight in the War of 1812, but he also knew firsthand what it felt like to be judged for something beyond his control. His awareness of how society treats the other would go on to influence his politics in profound ways. Education was his ticket out of poverty. He moved to York, Pennsylvania, where he studied under local attorney David Cassatt, a mentor who helped him pass the bar in 1816. Soon after, he settled in Gettysburg and opened his own practice. It didn't take long for him to gain a reputation as a fierce and capable lawyer, especially when it came to defending those who had little power. One of his earliest cases involved defending a farmer who had been imprisoned for debt and, in desperation,
killed a constable trying to arrest him. Though the case was unsuccessful, it made clear that Stevens was willing to stand up for people society had cast aside, especially those crushed by unfair laws. Stevens took on cases for debtors, fought against landlords who exploited poor tenants, and defended accused criminals who had no other legal support. He was known for stepping in when people faced ruin, sometimes even purchasing foreclosed properties and returning them to struggling families, as he did for Mary Thompson, a widow on the verge of losing her home. He also built a reputation for defending fugitive slaves, often representing them in court against enslavers attempting to reclaim them. As early as the 1820s, he was offering free legal help to escapees, making sure they had someone on their side when slave catchers showed up in Pennsylvania. He knew what it felt like to be treated as lesser, and he had no patience for those who took advantage of the powerless. It was no surprise that this stance earned him just as many enemies as allies. He never quite fit in with the political elite, as he wasn't the type to play nice for the sake of popularity. If someone's actions were corrupt or immoral, he called them out, loudly. That attitude would define his entire career, especially when it came to his most controversial stance, his absolute belief in racial equality. Stevens was already showing signs of the radical thinking that would make him infamous. He became deeply involved in the anti-Mason movement, which also placed him in opposition to the popular Jacksonian Democrats.
He was against Freemasonry. Y'all listen clearly. This was the most unpopular stance that you can ever have at the time. Share this tab instead. Thaddeus Stevens was an American politician and lawyer who served as member of the House of Reps, a fierce opponent of slavery and discrimination against Black Americans. Stevens sought to secure their rights during the Reconstruction, leading the opposition to President Johnson as chairman of the House Ways and Means during the Civil War. He played a leading role. Let me go down. Listen. He was an active leader of the anti-Masonic Party. Y'all hear? Anti-Masonic. The Anti-Masonic Party was the earliest third party in the United States, formerly a single-issue party. It strongly opposed Freemasonry in the United States. Oh, they didn't kill him. Yo, Pastor Joint, this dude was so, maybe y'all was covering him. That it got, I could, the Most High was covering him, because there's no way he would have, I think it's going to play, I think he died of old age. Like yo, he was getting, y'all had a covering over him. Now listen clearly. He, during this time, in the night, during slavery and stuff, he, during the was opposed to Freemasonry in the United States. The Anti-Masonic Party, it was active from the late 1820s, especially in the Northeast, and later attempted to become a major party, like the Democrats, Republican. Okay? Yes. Yes. If it was against the Masons, he was against slavery. He was against Freemasonry. He was against everything unrighteous. The Bible says we are to know who. To that person, I hope they stayed, because after I do this, I'm going to close out with the word. Maybe they new to our ministry and they didn't see, we got Bible studies all through this, but we got to teach what's happening too, teach history. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. I hope that person is still here. I forgot where they was. I thought they was a troll. Said, where's the word? This is the word. That part, the truth. My brother Thaddeus Stevens was the word. He was living it. The Bible says you know them by their fruit. All right? He was active leader of the Anti-Masonic Party as a fervent believer that Freemasonry in the United States was an evil conspiracy to secretly control the Republican system of government. The Republicans was the ones that was against slavery back then. The Democrats were for slavery. All right? That's back then. He was elected to the Pennsylvania House of Reps. All right. So now, all right? His activities as lawyer opposed His activities as a lawyer and politician in opposition to slavery cost him votes, and he did not seek re-election in 1852. After a brief flirtation with the Know Nothing Party, he joined the newly formed Republican Party and was elected to Congress. Republicans were for the so-called blacks in 1858. There were fellow radicals such as Massachusetts Senator Charles Sumner. He opposed the expansion of slavery and concessions to the South as the war came. He opposed it all. Stevens argued that slavery should not survive the war. He was frustrated by the slowness of United States President Abraham Lincoln to support his position. He guided the government's financial legislation through the House as Ways and Means chairman as the war progressed towards a Northern victory. Stephen came to believe that not only should slavery be abolished, but Black Americans should be given a stake in the South's future through the confiscation of land from the planters to be distributed to the newly freed black slaves. His plans went too far for the moderate Republicans, and they didn't enact it. After assassination of Abraham Lincoln, Stephen came into conflict with President Johnson. Now let's get back. It was Joanne McLean. I hope she's still here, because we teach the word, but right now we're teaching the word. This is the word, and we're teaching the truth. Rest in Shalom, Thaddeus. Salute. We salute you for your efforts. Now let's get back to Brother Thaddeus' biography. Y'all know how Unc do. I just gotta. All right, here we go. You know I'll bring receipts all the time. Praise the Most High. Here we go. Anti-Mason movement.
He was elected to the infamous. He became deeply involved in the anti-Mason movement, which also placed him in opposition to the popular Jacksonian Democrats. He was elected to the Pennsylvania House of Representatives on the anti-Mason ticket in 1833. While in office, he fiercely advocated for public education and the rights of minorities, including Native Americans, Mormons, Seventh-day Adventists, and Jews. In 1835, he took things a step further by controversially subpoenaing leading state politicians and interrogating them about their Freemason affiliations, a move that ultimately cost him his seat in 1836.
So he subpoenaed them to court. All these Freemasons, George, they're all free. He took them to court. He lost his seat on the Congress. Boy, this boy, I told y'all, I said, we're going to learn one tonight. All right? You're going to learn one tonight. And they erased him out of history.
Leading state.
But the Most High never forgets.
Mormons, Seventh-day Adventists, and Jews. In 1835, he took things a step further by controversially subpoenaing leading state politicians and interrogating them about their Freemason affiliations, a move that ultimately cost him his seat in 1836. Despite the setback, Stevens remained active in state politics. He was a delegate to the Pennsylvania Constitutional Convention in 1837, where he took a firm stand against the proposed Constitution because it restricted voting rights to white freemen. This provision stripped Black Pennsylvanians of the right to vote, and Stevens was the only delegate who refused to sign the final document because of this clause. His actions made him one of the few white politicians to take a firm stand in defense of Black suffrage at a time when even many abolitionists weren't advocating for full citizenship rights. Some may wonder why a white man took up this fight so fiercely.
Bro, the fact that they can erase Brother Stevens from history and John Brown, I told y'all I'm going to bring balance. I told my white brothers and sisters who join me on the screen, I said, don't worry, it's going to get a little rough, but then you're going to be proud of some of your ancestors at the end of this. All right? Oh boy. Reuben back with his Messiah is a God worship. Y'all get him out of here. Put him on 144,000 seconds timeout. You don't get to drop that witchcraft off here. Sorry, that's their Hebrew roots. It's another Another form of Christianity, lies, and witchcraft. Brother Reuben, be gone. Put him on 144,000 what's the names? Right? He coming in here with his Jesus is God. Instead, he call him Yahusha. That ain't nothing but Canaanite. You don't even know what that means. Canaanite. All right. So he gone, Jacob Castro, for 144,000 seconds. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Yeah, that guys, that's a Hebrew roots. It's some white people saying they the Hebrews. No disrespect to, not that they can be grafted in. Just a whole nother convert, whitewashing. No doggone well, Reuben, you ain't never was in no, your people were never in no Egypt in slavery. Go right now in the hot sun, Reuben. Take your butt right out there now, especially if it was a couple of months ago in the hot sun, and let me see you labor for a day, and then come back and tell me that you was original Hebrew. Yeah, big boy, ain't nothing but ultra perm. Go sit your butt down somewhere. Wrong house cosplaying our people. You had to wish people take it. Now y'all try to take it to Hebrew roots. I didn't even know what that was. No, the Egyptian ain't drawing you on no caves or no, you was not drawing on. You wasn't in no. You can't even be slavery in America. Talking about slavery in Egypt 2,000 years ago in that hot sun. It was about 20 degrees hotter. Love it, the devil's a lie. Ain't nothing but ultra perm. You running around out here. Beat it, Reuben. I just had to explain because y'all like, Unc, why you so hard on him? Because he came here before with his mess. Didn't know no Hebrew or nothing. I said, okay, so you a Hebrew. So what? I speak Habara. Yeah, I try. He didn't know not. He don't even know how to speak Hebrew or nothing. Boy, sit down. All right, boy, sit your butt down. Listen to a real strong, positive white man, so-called white man. Yeah, ain't nothing but ultra perm. That's all that is. Get on out of here. All right. All right, so let's get back to our right Thaddeus Stevens. Let's get back to our strong white brother Thaddeus in spirit and in truth. Thaddeus ain't trying to steal nobody's identity. Thaddeus trying to fight. And you could be grafted in. I don't mind you but you can't take our identity again. Right? Be gone. Put him right in because he believed 140. Put him right on the timeout for 144,000 seconds. All right.
Advocating for full citizenship rights.
Yeah, he can't even be a slave in America. Told me he was a slave. You're in Egypt. That was a lie. The Mongoloid Indians couldn't even be slaves in America. They was burning. They was dying. See, people don't know the history. Not the original indigenous natives, the ones Columbus saw. The Mongoloid, no disrespect to them, right? They couldn't even be slaves. And they was dying. And the funny part of history was the slave master, the white slave master, went to the cages to get the Mongoloid Indians with us. And the Mongoloid Indians said, we ain't going out there. And they allowed them to kill them, and they did not go out there. So they shipped them to the Caribbean. And then they shipped them over to Europe, to UK. See, that's history. People don't know history. That's why you can't come to me. You can't come to this channel and think you don't know our Bible, you don't know our history, you don't know the truth. I can tell you the Most High had me study for years and years before he allowed me to teach. Since 2015, bro. He had me sitting for 6 years silent, just studying and learning before he allowed me to first even open my mouth to teach. Okay? So the Mongoloid native Indians, they was like, we ain't going, and then the ones because they seen the other ones was dying in the sun. Now they could take a little more sun, they could take much more sun than the so-called whites, right? Because they got some melanin. But let me tell you something, that brutal sun being enslaved and beat, the Hebrews are that's where they get the Marvel super comic. It's some supernatural stuff go on to take it from sun to beating and the day, no food and still day after day. Them Indians was dying. The other Indians was like, we ain't going out there. You just got to kill us right in this cell. And they was killing them, and then they realized it's not going to work. So they shipped them off. Yeah, but this little Reuben sitting up here took my huge good slave. Boy, you couldn't be. Boy, they ain't nothing but ultra perm. Sit your butt down. Get out of here. All right, let me continue. You messing up my timing. We can fit this about to finish out at 1 o'clock. Perfect. Let me get back to Brother Thaddeus. Brother Thaddeus was in truth and power for any downtrodden people. He stood for righteousness, for righteous sake. I salute Brother Thaddeus Stevens. Let's continue.
His actions made him one of the few white politicians to take a firm stand in defense of black suffrage at a time when even many abolitionists weren't advocating for full citizenship rights. Some may wonder why a white man took up this fight so fiercely. The truth is, Stevens understood what it meant to be pushed to the margins of society. Growing up poor with a disability, he had experienced what it was like to be treated as lesser. But instead of becoming bitter, he made it his life's...
Who said that? That was Hagyama? I know that's right. That's me. That's how I got that hernia. For those who knew my surgery, my story, when I was 17, I was squatting 750 pounds and I only weighed like a $140. That's how I got the hernia later. I didn't know it didn't there the whole time. I didn't know till later. I heard my because super not insane. I was squatting 750 pounds, 7 plates and stuff on the thing. And then the story I was about, the dude put 8, and I was like, man, this dude, and then he cried, he almost killed himself, right? my Jamaican homie, he was older than me and stronger and bigger, but he was, because I was skinny, but the supernatural, 7, walk, ding, ling, 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 yeah. And then I didn't know what that was, but I strained so, doing so much weight and stuff, it whipped through my intestine. I didn't know. And then later, that's why my surgery and stuff. Later, it happened since then. I had that little lump. I didn't know what it was all my life. Then sometimes I have to be easy. Yeah, supernatural stuff. That's not saying nothing about over nothing to nobody. It just is what it is. And they know that they bred stuff like that in slavery too. They would breed they would, what's the name? They would like you breed animals. You the weaker ones die off. You mate the super ones. And they made super beings. That's where you get your NFL stars, your NBA. That's all we did. We flying through the sky on the NBA court like this. We catching footballs and we flying through the sky. They're like, look at them fly. We catch it with one hand. They bred super beings through slavery. Yeah, it's called selective breeding. Then after we got freed, they realized, oh, we in trouble. It reminded me of Pharaoh in Egypt. We like, if they ever turned against us, right? That's why even the brain, that's why we start building cities and we knew all the things. It's crazy. So again, we ain't taking nothing from nobody else. It's just real, true facts in history. Okay? It just is what it is. So shout out to Brother Thaddeus. Let's get back. Let me not add on. But I had to say something for that comment because I was actually, I have a superpower. Even to now when I lift weights in gym and stuff. I lift 100 pounds with my one arm. Back I was only weighing, I could do it now, but back I was only weighing like 170 and taking 100 pounds with inside and working out. Okay? Not just one time. I'm talking about 10, that's sets. Work my way up to the hundreds, and I would stop. It's crazy. And supernatural stuff. But anyway, let's continue. Sorry.
Document because of this clause. His actions made him one of the few white politicians to take a firm stand in defense of black suffrage at a time when even many abolitionists weren't advocating for full citizenship rights. Some may wonder why a white man took up this fight so fiercely. The truth is, Stevens understood what it meant to be pushed to the margins of society. Growing up poor with a disability, he had experienced what it was like to be treated as lesser. But instead of becoming bitter, he made it his life's work to challenge those who thrived on inequality. By the time he entered Congress, Stevens had already established himself as a force to be reckoned with. But the battles he had fought up to that point were nothing compared to the ones ahead. When Thaddeus Stevens arrived in Congress in 1849, the country was teetering on the edge of crisis. The issue of slavery had become impossible to ignore, yet most politicians were desperate to avoid an all-out confrontation. Compromises had become the backbone of American politics, allowing slavery to persist while keeping the nation from fracturing. Stevens wanted no part of that. His views were seen as extreme, even by those who were supposed to be his allies. He openly declared that slavery was a monstrous evil that had to be destroyed, not managed, while others tried to frame abolition as an economic or political issue.
Praise the Most High Yah for our brother Thaddeus Stevens. I'm sorry, I just got to interject some time because at this time that they erased this man from our history books is crazy, bro. And they're trying to do it now. Erase history books.
Persist while keeping the nation from fracturing. Stevens wanted no part of that. His views were seen as extreme, even by those who were supposed to be his allies. He openly declared that slavery was a monstrous evil that had to be destroyed, not managed. While others tried to frame abolition as an economic or political issue, Stevens saw it for what it was, a moral crime. He didn't sugarcoat his words. He didn't try to make his stance more palatable for those who wanted to maintain peace between North and South. He called out the hypocrisy of those who claimed to value liberty while allowing millions to remain in chains. Naturally, this made him a target. Southern politicians despised him. Senator John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, an absolute defender of slavery, who famously
Absolute devil, too. That is a nasty bugger in history.
described it as a positive good, viewed Stevens as a dangerous radical. Pro-slavery lawmakers Robert Toombs and Howell Cobb of Georgia, who would later join the Confederacy, also saw him as an enemy to their way of life. And they weren't wrong. He was. But his refusal to compromise also made him unpopular among many Northerners who preferred gradual change, or more often, no change at all. His own party, the Whigs, was full of moderates who wanted to appease both sides. They saw Stevens as a problem, someone who disrupted the delicate balance.
So the others who wanted to be the gray area lukewarm, Stevens wasn't with none of it. He was about, we standing for truth and we ending it now. I'm not doing lukewarm. I'm not doing passive. Boy, this is a man's man, bro. No wonder they erased him from history.
Appease both sides. They saw Stevens as a problem, someone
they want to appease both sides,
who disrupted the delicate balance that kept the country from descending into war. But Stevens didn't care. He had spent his whole life standing up to those who thought power should come before principle. His opposition to slavery extended even into his personal life. In downtown Lancaster, Pennsylvania, his residence became a station on the Underground Railroad, where he and Lydia Hamilton Smith sheltered enslaved people escaping to freedom. Lydia was a mixed-race woman who served Stevens as his housekeeper, property manager, and trusted confidant. Together, they turned Stevens' law office into a gathering place for abolitionists and provided financial and legal support to those who risked their lives to help others escape. Beyond Lancaster.
Come on, y'all listen. Y'all learn. This is what they erasing and whitewashing from history. Right? You might know a little bit about Harriet Tubman. You might hear Underground Railroad, but they won't teach you who was the one who was facilitating it, who was the backbone and the cause. And that's why this title, Are All White People Evil? Absolutely not. You can't generalize no nation of people. Shout out to Yaron. You see, he turned his house.
His opposition to slavery extended even into his personal life. In downtown Lancaster, Pennsylvania, his residence became a station on the Underground Railroad, where he and Lydia Hamilton Smith sheltered enslaved people escaping to freedom. Lydia was a mixed race.
His house was part of the Underground Railroad
office into a gathering place for abolitionists and
he turned his law office into a gathering place for abolitionists who want to fight for slavery.
Provided financial and legal support to those who risked their lives to help others escape.
And he provided legal and he paid Sally Tate, he put his money, Villa, he put his money where his mouth is. Money, house, he walked it. The Bible says you know them by their fruit. He didn't just talk it, he walked it all the way through. Can y'all see why they would remove him from history books? This is crazy, bro. When I learned about this man, I said, you gotta be kidding me. This is a man of Yah, and they try to remove him in this dark serpent world. The devil's a lie. Let the remnant explain. Let his truth and legacy be told. You heard? Yeah, he put money on the wood, Abraya.
Support to those who risked their lives to help others escape. Beyond Lancaster, Stevens used his Caledonia Iron Works in Franklin County as another avenue for resistance. He discreetly employed black workers seeking freedom, providing them with wages and a measure of safety in defiance of pro-slavery laws. The ironworks foreman was also an active conductor on the Underground Railroad, helping guide freedom seekers to safer territories while blending their presence into the workforce. This involvement is confirmed by both historical testimony and modern archaeology.
So he used his ironworks company to hire the blacks, teach them to train, and then while they was working on the guys, it was part of the Underground Railroad, hidden as just workers. Come on, bro, this is crazy. They don't teach us this. This man should be taught in the books in the class alongside George Washington and his cherry tree with his wooden teeth and all the other lies from the Lake of Fire, right? This man should be taught.
Confirmed by both historical testimony and modern archaeology. In 1848, a formerly enslaved man named Oliver Cromwell Kelly wrote in his autobiography that he had taken refuge in Stevens' home while escaping from Maryland. He described how Stevens personally assisted him and his companions, recalling the congressman's exact words, "Just before you get into the village, ask for Daniel Gibbons and give him this note." Kelly's firsthand account provided historians with valuable evidence of the secret network that operated through Lancaster and confirmed.
Now, Stevens got this what you call 100% receipt. Former slave Oliver Cromwell Kelly wrote in his book that he stayed in Stevens' house, and Stevens gave him the note to give as he went to run for freedom up north. You hear? Facts.
A formerly enslaved man named account provided historians with valuable evidence of the secret network that operated through Lancaster and confirmed Stevens' direct involvement in aiding freedom seekers. For years, much of what was known about Stevens' Underground Railroad activities came from written testimony like Kelly's, passed down through historical records and oral histories. But more than a century later, physical evidence emerged that further supported these accounts. In 2003, archaeologists excavating the grounds of Thaddeus Stevens' former home and law office made a remarkable discovery beneath the courtyard. Led by Professors James Dell and Marianne Levine, the team unearthed an empty brick-lined water cistern dating to the mid-1800s. The cistern was located behind the house, between Stevens' property and an adjacent building, and showed signs of unusual modification. Notably, researchers found a patched hole in the cistern wall that once connected through a makeshift tunnel into the basement of the neighboring saloon. These findings led archaeologists to theorize that the structure had been used as an emergency hiding place for freedom seekers on the Underground Railroad. If slave catchers or law officers came searching, fugitives could be ushered through the indoor tunnel into the concealed chamber, where they could remain hidden and shielded from danger. Unfortunately, this danger...
Can everybody please give a round of applause for this brother? Rest in Shalayam, Thaddeus Stevens. True history, the history that they want to erase. This man spent his whole life fighting for the true word of the Most High in spirit and in truth, for these devils, serpents to try to erase his history. Y'all learn, children.
Place for freedom seekers on the Underground Railroad. If slave catchers or law officers came searching, fugitives could be ushered through the indoor tunnel into the concealed chamber, where they could remain hidden and shielded from danger. Unfortunately, this danger only intensified in 1850, when Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act, a law that forced Northerners to return escaped slaves to their owners. Stevens was furious. He defied the law at every opportunity and continued supporting efforts to help runaways find safety in Canada. He used his legal expertise to protect those accused of being fugitives, knowing full well that the law was designed to punish them, not give them a fair trial. His defiance put him in direct conflict with President Millard Fillmore, who strictly enforced the Fugitive Slave Act and with Southern politician James Mason, one of its biggest supporters. Meanwhile, in the North, pro-slavery Democrats Franklin Pierce and James Buchanan branded him as a troublemaker who was dividing the country. Stevens's stance put him at odds with powerful figures, but he had no interest in political friendships built on moral compromise. He believed that those who had suffered under slavery deserved more than just emancipation. They deserved rights, land, and full participation in American life. Stevens' outspoken nature cost him politically. In 1852, he lost his congressional seat, in part because his radical views made him unpopular with Pennsylvania voters who weren't ready for full abolition. But that didn't stop him. He returned to practicing law, continuing to defend Black Pennsylvanians and fight against racial discrimination in the state. He also stayed deeply involved in abolitionist circles, forging stronger ties with leaders like Frederick Douglass, who saw him as one of the few white politicians genuinely committed to Black equality. Stevens' political career might have been on hold, but his mission never wavered. Then, in 1854, something happened that changed everything. Congress passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act. This law allowed new territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery, effectively undoing previous compromises that had kept it out of certain areas. The move outraged abolitionists, and it led to the creation of a new political force, the Republican Party. Stevens saw an opportunity. He joined the Republicans, not because he believed in their moderate stance, but because they were the only party with a real chance of stopping slavery's expansion.
Now y'all just heard the birth of the Republican Party. Now it's dark, right? When it was created, it was because they created the Kansas-Nebraska Act, basically allowing each state to determine whether they're going to be a slavery state. So now, after the Civil War, it's just going backwards. And so the abolitionists created a new party, the creation of the Republican Party. All right? See, y'all getting some true history now. All right? And Stevens said not that he was with it, but it was the only best he got to abolish slavery. Look, the birthplace of the Republican Party. See the elephant? This way it goes back. Now it's flipped, right? They both wicked, right? Now, so Republican and Democrat, they both, right? But this is the foundation. So back then, the Republican Party was fighting for us, for our ancestors' freedom.
It led to the creation of a new political force, the Republican Party. Stevens saw an opportunity. He joined the Republicans, not because he believed in their moderate stance, but because they were the only party with a real chance of stopping slavery's expansion. In 1858, he was elected back into Congress, this time as a Republican. But he made it clear from the beginning that he wasn't there to play politics. He was there to finish what he started.
I love this dude. I swear I like the spirit. He said, all right, now I'm back in Congress with the new Republican, but I'm going to make it clear. He said, let me make this one thing clear. I ain't rocking with neither one of y'all. I'm here for the freedom of the people. I'm here to free the captives. Boy, if he had Messiah running through his spirit, his Rayach, if the Most High and send that so-called white man, shout out. See, this is what I'm talking about. It ain't about skin color. It's about you know them by their fruit. You hear a remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue will stand. You understand? That's why I always talked about, I've been doing this for years when I be trying to heal the so-called blacks from the trauma from what these serpent seed whites then did, and have us not generalize and curse ourselves, say we need to heal from the trauma. And I always talk about John Brown, and I always talk about the Quakers and the abolition, the ones who would help us in slavery, but I didn't even know about Thaddeus. Oh, this making everything that I've been bringing out. It's my confirmation, bro. Thaddeus said, listen, I'm here, but let me get one thing straight. I got a purpose. I got a mission to fulfill from the Most High. Shout out to Thad, right?
This time as a Republican, but he made it clear from the beginning that he wasn't there to play politics. He was there to finish what he started. By now, the country was heading toward war, and Stevens had no illusions about what was coming. while others still hoped for another compromise to keep the Union together. He knew that slavery would never end without a fight, and if war was the only way to destroy it, so be it. He had been waiting for this moment his entire life. When the Civil War began in 1861.
Oh, that was all before the Civil War. Wow, I thought this was okay, man. I'm sorry, sorry, guys. That was, boy. He said Lavielle. He said, well, if it's gonna come to war, bring it. He said, I've been built for this my whole life. Let's go, Thaddeus. Okay, so when they went to the Civil War, hold on.
The only way to destroy it, so be it. He had been waiting for this moment his entire life. When the Civil War began in 1861, many in Washington saw it as a conflict to preserve the Union, not a fight to end slavery. President Abraham Lincoln himself reassured the border states that he had no intention of interfering with slavery where it already existed. To most in government, keeping the country together mattered more than addressing the root cause of its division. But Thaddeus Stevens had no patience for that kind of thinking. He saw the war as a chance to dismantle the system of slavery once and for all. From the very beginning, Stevens made it clear that—
You heard it, right? Lincoln didn't care about freeing no slavery where it existed. That's that lie. Lincoln didn't care about no freeing no slavery. He was about the Union in his bag and keeping America, the North and South together.
reunion without emancipation.
Yeah, he's right about those banknotes, his notes. He had greenbacks. Lincoln's in his greenbacks. Facts.
To dismantle the system of slavery once and for all. From the very beginning, Stevens made it clear that reunion without emancipation was meaningless. He argued that slavery was the backbone of the Confederacy and that the only way to truly defeat the South was to strip it of its enslaved labor force. He pushed for policies that would free enslaved people and weaken the Confederate economy. Long before Lincoln was willing to take such steps, he found allies among military leaders who shared his view, such as General Benjamin Butler.
Okay, that's somebody we don't know about. General Benjamin Butler. Zayana, could y'all write that down? I'm going to do it too. General Benjamin Butler. Right? This is the stuff come on, guys, history. This is the stuff they don't want us to know. This is the stuff we need to be teaching the children, the true heroes, true American heroes, right? That's fighting for righteousness. Let's go. Who else?
Allies among military leaders who shared his view, such as General Benjamin Butler, who refused to return escaped slaves and instead classified them as contraband of war, effectively granting them freedom. In 1862, Stevens facilitated the passage of the Second Confiscation Act, which allowed the federal government to confiscate property belonging to citizens supporting the rebellion, including slaves. Stevens saw it as a step toward total abolition. He argued that enslaved people should not only be freed, but should also be given land to support themselves.
Come on.
He repeatedly called for land redistribution, believing that simply declaring people free without giving them the means to survive was a betrayal of true justice. Stevens.
You see that wrist fly? He was like, they need this before some 40 acres mule anything. He said, you can't, even if we get them free, you can't just leave. They need land. They need provision. They need reparation. Boy, Thaddeus is the man, bro.
Stevens saw it as a step toward total abolition. He argued that enslaved people should not only be freed, but should also be given land to support themselves. He repeatedly called for land redistribution, believing that simply declaring people free without giving them the means to survive was a betrayal of true justice. Stevens became one of the most powerful figures in Congress as the war dragged on. As chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee.
Come on, A Villa, that's straight Bible. 110%. They don't know they Bible, A Villa.
He controlled federal spending and used that position to ensure the Union Army had everything it needed to crush the Confederacy. He also helped pass the Legal Tender Act of 1862, which allowed the federal government to print money on its credit without a gold or silver standard, a decisive move that kept the war effort funded. His ability to move bills through the House quickly, sometimes cutting debate time to just half a minute, earned him the nickname Dictator, despite his close work.
All right, now let me explain this part because I did a lot of research on him. They were so scared of him that they named him the dictator in Congress, in the House, because he would pass his acts within minutes and people were scared to challenge him. He would go in and all them from the South, North, they would, this dude, the Most High gave him a power. I know, see, you got to know when the Most High is at work. He gave him a superpower. That was the white superhero of the superheroes. What was his name? White man. You know, you have a Aquaman, Spider-Man. He was a white man. Thaddeus. He had his superpower. The Most High gave that boy a superpower. He would, come on, boy. When I read the other stuff I read, I was like, this dude was a Superman.
His ability to move bills through the House quickly, sometimes cutting debate time to just half a minute, earned him.
Half a minute debate time. It was over. Wow. All right, let's continue. They named him the dictator. He was running it all.
Him the nickname Dictator. Despite his close work with Lincoln's administration, Stevens had no illusions about the president's reluctance to move too quickly on ending slavery. He respected Lincoln's leadership, but he also knew the president remained politically cautious. That's why, when Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, Stevens welcomed it but made it clear that it didn't go far enough. The proclamation only freed enslaved people in Confederate-held territories, leaving those in Union-controlled areas still in bondage. Stevens saw this as a compromise designed to weaken the South without angering Northern moderates. He wasn't satisfied. For him,
he said it was lukewarm gray area. Let's go, Thaddeus. He said, Lincoln, you doing hypocritical. This emancipation project. Yeah, it's a serpent move. I know what you're doing. Oh, they don't teach us this part. But they got that whole thing of the Lincoln Monument and all that. But where's Thaddeus Monument?
is still in bondage. Stevens saw this as a compromise designed to weaken the South without angering Northern moderates. He wasn't satisfied. For him, nothing short of a constitutional amendment banning slavery everywhere in the country would be enough. And so, Stevens continued to fight to ensure that all freed Black Americans would have rights, land, and education, even when many in his own party thought that was too extreme. His biggest fight during the war came in 1865, when Congress debated what would become the 13th Amendment. By then,
the 13th Amendment, this is what outlawed slavery. The 15th Amendment protected the rights of the newly free. No, the 13th Amendment, I would say the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment protected the rights of the newly free. The 15th Amendment gave us, our ancestors, the right to vote. All right. So,
in 1865, when Congress debated his own party to ensure that all freed Black Americans would have rights, land, and education, even when many in his own party thought that was too extreme. His biggest fight during the war came in 1865, when Congress debated what would become the 13th Amendment. By then, Lincoln had finally come around to the idea that slavery had to be abolished completely. Stevens threw his full weight behind the amendment, giving a passionate speech in the House in which he declared that slavery was the most disgraceful and scandalous crime in American history. He saw the vote as a test of whether the nation was truly ready to embrace justice. When the amendment passed, he considered it a victory, but only the first step. Stevens wanted to rebuild the country in a way that corrected the injustices of the past. He had no interest in letting former slave owners regain power under a different name, and he wasn't about to let the South off easy. He believed the government had an obligation to actively help freed Black Americans, not just abandon them to navigate a hostile world alone. So as the war came to an end, Stevens was already thinking about what came next. With the Civil War over, many in Washington were eager to move on. The Confederacy had been defeated, slavery had been abolished, and the Union was preserved. For some politicians, that was enough, but not for Thaddeus Stevens. Stevens didn't just want the South to return to the Union, he wanted to remake it entirely. He believed that allowing former Confederate leaders to regain political power would undo everything the war had accomplished. Many of his colleagues hoped to take a lenient approach, welcoming Southern states back with minimal punishment. Stevens, however, argued that the South should be treated as a conquered territory and rebuilt under new rules.
He was correct, too.
Rules that protected the rights of Black Americans. At the center of his vision was the idea of land redistribution. Stevens proposed that land owned by former Confederates should be seized by the federal government and divided among formerly enslaved people. He argued that political rights alone were not enough, as freedom without economic independence meant nothing. His plan...
You see, Westfly, when you watch this, you see? He says the systemic part, the part of you got a 400-year head start and you cripple them. You just want to free them when they got no resources, right? He says, repair the breach. Wow.
Americans. At the center of his vision was the idea of land redistribution. Stevens proposed that land owned by former Confederates should be seized by the federal government and divided among formerly enslaved people. He argued that political rights alone were not enough, as freedom without economic independence meant nothing. His plan, often summed up as 40 acres and a mule, was based on the idea that freed people needed land to sustain themselves rather than being...
Everybody. This was my head blown emoji moment. I said, did I just find... Yo, Yakina, everybody, did we just find out who created the 40 acres and a mule? Yo, when I was doing my studies, my head blown emojis just said, boom. Do y'all not know I was trying to do this lesson for weeks and weeks? This was back when one of the Charlie Kirk, this was the lesson I was supposed to do. This part, when I did the Charlie Kirk one, where we had the people that was saying for the president to cause what they call that, cause a what's name, so they can go door to door. That's been about a month now. This was supposed to come out on that lesson. Because I said at that lesson, if y'all watch it back, I said I got something that's going to balance it out. I'm going to teach y'all something, but it went long. And then the next week, it was on something else. I couldn't get out. The next week, I couldn't get out. The next week, I couldn't get it out. I had this for about a month. And I'm like, finally, I said, oh, I got it. I'm getting it out tonight. That's why I skipped past the KKK. I was like, oh, I'm getting this out tonight. Okay? He was that's crazy. My head blown emoji was like, you gotta be kidding me. This is the 40 acres and a mule. Dude, shout out to brother Thaddeus Stevens, bro. They still ain't give us our 40 acres and a mule, Thaddeus. But everything you did will not be in vain. The devil's a lie. The Most High remembers all, and his remnant remember. And we salute you, brother Thaddeus Stevens, from your brother, from another mother. He who keeps my father's commandments, the righteous. I ain't talking about he was doing no Christian Bible. I don't even know if he knew the Bible. See, that's when you got to understand. You got to see the fruit of the person. You got to see the fruit. Do they live the word? That part. This is a living of the word. I don't care about you quoting no Bible verses to me. You can quote it like a parrot all you want. You heard? And when the KKK come, all of a sudden now you don't know me or something, right, Lavelle? When it go down, all of a sudden you like Peter. I don't know him. Right? Shout out to Peter, our elder. Right? He got it together later. Right? He got it together later. Right? But anyway, we know him by the fruit. All right, let's continue. We're gonna close out. If I could stop narrating this, I can get us to close it out right on. I was trying to close at 1.
He argued that political rights alone were not enough, as freedom without economic independence meant nothing. His plan, often summed up as 40 acres and a mule, was based on the idea that freed people needed land to sustain themselves rather than being forced into exploitative labor arrangements with their former enslavers. The phrase itself came from Special Field Order Number 15, issued by Union General William Tecumseh Sherman in 1865, which briefly granted small plots of confiscated Southern land to freed families. Stevens wanted to expand that concept into law, ensuring that Black Americans would have the resources to build new lives. This idea was radical, even for many abolitionists. Some saw it as a dangerous attack on property rights. Others feared it would make reconciliation with the South impossible. But Stevens didn't care about appeasing former slave owners. He pointed out the hypocrisy of those who had no problem confiscating land from Native Americans, but balked at doing the same to traders who had waged war against the United States. Despite his efforts, the land redistribution plan was blocked.
He called them hypocrites. In come Andrew Johnson, the president after Lincoln assassination. Please hit the like button, children, so this lesson can go out to the Black man, woman, and child, the white man, woman, and child, all nations, man, woman, and children need to learn true history.
President Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's successor, opposed any harsh measures against the South. He issued pardons to Confederate leaders, allowing many of them to return to power almost immediately. Southern state governments, once back in control, began passing black codes, laws designed to keep freedmen in a state of semi-slavery by restricting their rights and forcing them into labor contracts.
See, West Fly, this was the systemic. After the slavery, after Lincoln, Johnson came in, reinstituted all the Southern to their positions, and they started black codes to wipe us of any equality, any level playing fields, any of it. And Thaddeus went after him.
Freedmen in a state of semi-slavery by restricting their rights and forcing them into labor contracts. Stevens was furious. He had warned that without federal intervention, white Southerners would find ways to maintain racial oppression. Determined not to let Reconstruction become a betrayal, Stevens worked alongside Charles Sumner and other Republicans to draft the 14th Amendment, which granted citizenship and equal protection under the law to all persons born in the United States. He saw this as a way to ensure that the rights of Black Americans would be protected at the national level beyond the reach of Southern lawmakers. But even within his own party, he faced resistance. Many moderate Republicans supported basic civil rights, but resisted full racial equality. Stevens' insistence that Black Americans deserve not just legal recognition.
So what Thaddeus did, guys, was he proposed the 14th Amendment. So this is how they did the lukewarm gray area. They allowed, they say what they called equal civil rights, right? Equal rights or whatever, right? But then they had no protections for it, nobody to enforce it. So he created the 14th Amendment, which protected the rights of the newly free. So they act like they gave you rights, but if you got no protection, nobody to enforce it or protect you, you ain't got the right. So he drafted the 14th Amendment.
Political and economic power made him a nuisance. Many moderate Republicans supported basic civil rights, but resisted full racial equality. Stevens' insistence that Black Americans deserve not just legal recognition, but political and economic power made him an outlier. His next major battle was the fight for Black suffrage. He argued that if freedmen were not given the right to vote, Southern elites would find a way to reestablish white supremacy. He pushed for the Reconstruction Act of 1867, which divided the South into military districts and required new state governments to guarantee Black voting rights before they could rejoin the Union. This was one of Stevens' biggest victories, forcing the South to accept Black political participation, at least for a time. Reconstruction saw the rise of Black political leadership in the South.
Look at the Blacks look at them under Thaddeus. This is crazy because I didn't know he was the one to institute the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment gave us the right to vote. The 48th, this is all that, I feel violated. I'm sorry. I feel violated. Your whole history, my whole life is a lie. What are you talking? How could they hide this? How could they hide this man from us? The freedoms that we even got come from this man, This whole court is out of order. You out of order. This is out of order. I am so violated, bro. Boy, and that's what they're trying to do with this new administration. If we allow them to wipe the history, none of that you won't know. Wow. This is crazy. And I don't lie, no violations. I feel I've been punked. You know that? Y'all remember that TV show Punked? I'm like, I've been punked, bro. Because I don't lie violations. I'm kind of violation free through life. I got a nice track record. I'm sharp with mental. I'm sharp. But I've been bamboozled. I've been hoodwinked. I've been run amok. Yeah. I feel this crazy, bro. I've been violated. I don't like this. This is not fun at all. But anyway, let's continue.
Reconstruction saw forcing the South to accept black political participation, at least for a time. Reconstruction saw the rise of black political leadership in the South, a direct result of the policies Stevens had fought for. Under federal protection, Hiram Rhodes Revels became the first black U.S. Senator representing Mississippi, and Joseph Rainey was elected as the first black U.S. Congressman from South Carolina.
Look at the fruit of Thaddeus Stevens. Don't this fit the title now, guys? Are all white people evil? Absolutely not. Now, y'all, see, now, doesn't this start to heal some of the trauma? You see? This is why they want us to be in hate. And the Most High doesn't call us to be in that spirit because that spirit is sin. And they get us for a lack of knowledge and confusion, so they remove the healing parts. This is some healing. This is some balm. You know how you rub the wound? This is a little psalm on the wound. A little salve. I forgot what they call it, salve or whatever they call it. Right? For though this starts the healing, like, okay.
These victories would have been impossible without the Reconstruction. Joseph Rainey was elected as the first black U.S. Congressman from South Carolina. These victories would have been impossible without the Reconstruction policies Stevens helped put in place. Stevens also took on his greatest political enemy, President Andrew Johnson. Furious over Johnson's obstruction of Reconstruction, Stevens led the charge to impeach him, arguing that his defiance of congressional law was a direct threat to democracy. As one of the chief architects of Johnson's impeachment proceedings, Stevens pushed for his removal, delivering fiery speeches condemning the president's attempts to sabotage black rights. Though Johnson narrowly escaped conviction in the Senate by just one vote, the impeachment battle weakened his power.
Thaddeus Stevens went to impeach the President Johnson for him not standing up for black people rights, and he almost one vote, he almost got him out of impeachment. But they won't tell you this in history, American history.
Conviction in the Senate by just one vote, the impeachment battle sabotaged black rights. Though Johnson narrowly escaped conviction in the Senate by just one vote, the impeachment battle weakened his power, allowing Congress to continue enforcing Reconstruction policies. But even as Reconstruction moved forward, Stevens knew it was fragile. The backlash against racial progress was already growing. White supremacist groups like the Ku Klux Klan were terrorizing black communities. Northern politicians who had once supported Reconstruction were losing interest, and racist propaganda painted efforts like land redistribution as government overreach. So Stevens, even in old age, fought until the very end. By then, his body was failing, but his mind was as sharp as ever. He understood that without constant pressure, the victories of the war could be undone. Unfortunately, his death came at a moment when his leadership was needed most, and without him, the cracks in Reconstruction would only grow wider. Thaddeus Stevens took his last breath on August 11, 1868, at the age of 76. He made one final statement in death. Instead of being buried in a prestigious, whites-only cemetery alongside other powerful politicians, he chose to be laid to rest in an integrated burial ground, the Shriner Concord Cemetery in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His decision.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't do that often, but our brother Thaddeus Stevens, all the way to death. This is what you mean by enduring. This is the true epitome of 10 toes down, standing in spirit and in truth, living it out your purpose, no matter what. Even in death, he said, you will not bury me amongst all the rich and the Congress, and you're going to bury me amongst integration. Man, I wish I could visit. Well, we don't do nothing with the dead. But if I could, if I had the ability to be in Lancaster, I would be like, that's where you take me to his site. I want to see his memorial. I would want to go to visit that memorial. But I could speak to the brother in truth. I'm speaking to him now. I'm giving an ode. Man, I'll see you, Brother Thaddeus, in Jacob's bosom. Yeah, I'll see him again. I'll see you in Jacob's bosom. Salute. And then I'll see you in Yah's kingdom. You heard? That part. I just got to make sure I make it there, because you definitely there, Brother Thaddeus.
It was a final act of defiance against the Shriner Concord Cemetery in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His decision was a final act of defiance against a country still clinging to racial divisions. On his tombstone, he left behind words that summed up his life's work. I repose in this quiet and secluded spot, not from any natural preference for solitude, but finding other cemeteries limited as to race. By charter rules, I have chosen this that I might illustrate in my death the principles which I advocated through a long life, equality of man before his creator. But even as his body was laid to rest, his legacy was being buried in a different way. The Reconstruction movement he had shaped was already under attack, not just by former Confederates, but by Northern politicians who had once claimed to support it. President Andrew Johnson, whom Stevens had tried to remove from office, had spent years undermining Reconstruction, restoring power to Southern elites, and granting pardons to those who had fought to keep slavery alive. And after Stevens was gone, even many Republicans who had once stood beside him began distancing themselves from his vision. Within a few...
Because they punks. Because Stevens was outside of the club, and he wasn't a punk. They punks, because they scared. Now all of a sudden he gone, now they want to, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Few years, the federal government started distancing themselves from his vision. Within a few years, the federal government started withdrawing troops from the South, leaving Black Americans vulnerable to violence, voter suppression, and racial terror. The Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist groups seized the opportunity to dismantle Black political power, using intimidation and bloodshed to undo everything Stevens had fought for. By 1877, when Reconstruction was officially abandoned in the Compromise of 1877, Stevens' worst fears had come true. With federal troops withdrawn, Southern states quickly passed Jim Crow laws, stripping Black citizens of their hard-won rights. The dream of an equal America that Stevens
Here comes Jim Crow
had fought for was undone by those who had once claimed to stand with him. And then came the historical revision. Stevens had never been a man who made compromises, and that made him an easy target for those who wanted to rewrite the past. His insistence on full Black citizenship, land redistribution, and the dismantling of white supremacy made him a controversial figure, even among abolitionists. As time passed, his memory was either twisted into something villainous or erased altogether. In the decades after his death, many Southern historians, eager to justify the dismantling of Reconstruction, painted Stevens as a vengeful radical who had sought to punish the South rather than rebuild it. The lost cause myth, a revisionist narrative promoted by former Confederates and their supporters, reframed the Civil War as a noble struggle for Southern independence rather than a fight to preserve slavery. It portrayed the Confederacy as a heroic underdog, downplayed the brutality of slavery, and cast Reconstruction as a period of Northern oppression. Within this framework, Stevens was depicted as a cruel tyrant, obsessed with humiliation.
Did y'all see those slave shackles? Boy, it's some crazy stuff. Yeah, and they rewriting the past now.
Of Northern oppression. Within this framework, Stevens was depicted as a cruel tyrant, obsessed with humiliating white Southerners rather than pursuing justice. His name became synonymous with Northern aggression, Despite the fact that his policies aimed to create a multiracial democracy, Hollywood took part in this distortion as well. The infamous 1915 film, The Birth of a Nation, portrayed a Stevens-like character as a villain, reinforcing racist narratives that Reconstruction had been a mistake and that white supremacy had been restored to the South. Later films like...
See, you sound like Kirk, right? He said civil rights was a mistake. See?
Tennessee Johnson in 1942 continued this portrayal. South. Later films like Tennessee Johnson in 1942 continued this portrayal, depicting Stevens as an unhinged radical obsessed with crushing the South. Meanwhile, mainstream history books either downplayed or ignored Stevens entirely. While figures like Abraham Lincoln were widely honored, Stevens was pushed to the margins. His vision had been too radical, too disruptive. He was a man who fought for true racial equality, something America was still unwilling to embrace at the time. And so, as the country moved forward, his name...
And they still are now. 2025.
...faded from the pages of history, even in his home state of Pennsylvania. And so, as the country moved forward, his name faded from the pages of history. Even in his home state of Pennsylvania, recognition of his work was largely absent. Years turned into decades, during which Stevens remained little more than a footnote in history books. But as America continued to grapple with the very issues Stevens fought for, his legacy was no longer so easy to ignore. The civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s reignited interest in the Reconstruction era, and with it, a new wave of historians began reassessing Stevens. W.E.B. Du Bois had already challenged the racist Reconstruction narrative in Black Reconstruction in America in 1935, and later scholars like Kenneth Stamp and Eric Foner further dismantled the myths that had buried Stevens' contributions. By the 1960s, even President John F. Kennedy admitted that his Harvard professors had misled him about Reconstruction, saying, maybe Thaddeus Stevens had a good point. As new scholars restored Stevens' reputation,
Ain't no maybe. You see all that lukewarm? Maybe he had a good point. The devil's a lie. He ain't had no good point. Thaddeus Stevens was the truth. That part. I don't do lukewarm lies. Spit you out. My shucks will spit you out. Spit them out your mouth. Facts.
Activists also began to reclaim his work. The reputation. Good point. As new scholars restored Stevens' reputation, activists also began to reclaim his work. The principles he championed, full citizenship for Black Americans, economic opportunities beyond mere survival, and federal protections for civil rights, became central to the fight against segregation. The 14th and 15th Amendments, both of which Stevens had helped draft, later served as the legal backbone for the civil rights movement of the 20th century. When activists marched in the 1960s to end segregation and secure voting rights, they were fighting for the very same protections Stevens had demanded a century earlier. His call for land redistribution even resurfaced in conversations about reparations, as modern scholars pointed out that the racial wealth gap could have been drastically different had Stevens' policies been enacted. In recent years, efforts to honor Stevens have gained momentum. In 2002, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, officially designated his grave as a historic landmark. And in
Praise Yah. Good job, Lancaster.
In 2022, a long overdue statue of Stevens was unveiled in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, standing in front of the Adams County Courthouse, holding a copy of the 14th Amendment. The Thaddeus Stevens.
Wow, the 14th Amendment protected the rights of the newly freed slaves.
Stevens and Lydia Hamilton Smith Center for History and Democracy is also in development. The 14th Amendment. The Thaddeus Stevens and Lydia Hamilton Smith Center for History and Democracy is also in development, located at the restored site of his former home and law office in Lancaster. Set to open in early 2026, the center aims to educate visitors about Stevens' fight for racial justice and his role in the Underground Railroad. Meanwhile, the Thaddeus Stevens College of Technology, which was founded with funds from his estate, continues to provide free education to low-income students, one of the few lasting institutions that fulfilled his vision of social uplift. Beyond statues and museums, Stevens' influence continues to shape modern debates. Legal scholars and civil rights activists frequently cite his work when discussing voter suppression, racial justice, and constitutional protections. The 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, which Stevens fought to include, has been invoked in cases ranging from school desegregation to marriage equality. His arguments during the impeachment of Andrew Johnson have also been referenced in recent congressional proceedings, as lawmakers look to Stevens' legacy in holding presidents accountable. But even as more people begin to acknowledge his contributions, there is still a long way to go. The fight Stevens waged is far from over. Voter suppression laws, economic inequality, and systemic racism remain deeply embedded in American society. The same arguments he faced and the same resistance to racial progress still appear in different forms. Stevens understood that real justice requires dismantling the structures that uphold inequality, and revisiting his legacy affirms that the fight he devoted his life to continues. He may have been buried in the past, but his legacy refuses to stay there. The America Stevens fought for, a country where equality isn't just written into law, but actively enforced, still hasn't fully arrived. But as long as people continue to fight for it, his vision remains very much alive. The fact that his name was nearly erased makes you wonder how many other figures who fought for justice have been forgotten simply because their views did.
That's what I was thinking when I was doing the study, I was like, how many others that we have never heard of that didn't have as much influence? How many countless others that fought for righteous sake? Yeah, it's probably a crazy rabbit hole that they didn't cover up. All right, we close.
In line with those in power.
All right, let's close. I'm not even going to do my outro. We're going to just close. That was enough. Let me share screen. Stop. Stop share. Stop share. Share. Window. Share. All right. This has been our lesson tonight. Are all white people evil? Absolutely not. Because my brother and sister that's on the screen, Yahakanan Kayana, they ain't evil. You heard that part. My brother Thaddeus Stevens that we just learned about, they ain't evil. But these people right here on the screen, they evil. And this young little man, more than likely, grew up to be evil because they raised him up in the way. You see, you're welcome, Laria. You're welcome. I'm very proud to be able to bring that to people who didn't know, because the Most High brought it to me, I didn't even know. And I was looking for the day that I could teach it. I've been trying for about a month. We finally got her done, right? This the one I said it a couple of times, like, boy, I'm about to teach y'all something about somebody they wrote from history. We want to say, rest in Shalom, rest in peace and Shalom to Brother Thaddeus. I still can't get the Feast of Tabernacles. It's too long. So I'm gonna have to do it. It's gonna be over with. It's only 7 days, the feast, but I'm gonna still break down what it is. I should have did it when we opened, because now it's almost 2:00. All right. So thank you, Yeshua, for breaking down what the Feast of Tabernacles is. I'm gonna still bring it out. I promise you, I'm gonna bring it out this Wednesday. I'll make sure. I promise. I'll start opening up with it. Even though the feast will be over, but you still need to know what it is. All right. You're very welcome, Avila. Rest in Shalom to any righteous men and women and children of every nation, kindred, and tongue that fought for the righteous acts of others, righteousness and equality for Yah's children, mankind. And that is what the Bible says is my brother or sister. So I'm humbled to be able to call Brother Thaddeus Stevens as a brother. And We fighting for the same team, team righteous. That part. May the Most High avenge all unrighteousness, and it'll all be judged. I ain't gonna do my outro because it's too long. I was gonna go in on an outro. I was gonna go in on my way out. I'm gonna close with this. Judgment is coming. The graves will be open. The blood of the innocent will be avenged by the Most High. All the false prophets will be silenced, and all the idols that was strewn up will be broken down. And the Most High Yah's righteous, true remnant will be restored. The book of Joel 3 says, Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be desolate wilderness, for the violence that they committed against the children of Judah, Ya'ada. But the children of Ya'ada, Judah shall dwell forever, and Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, from generation to generation. The Most High said, for I will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for the Most High dwelleth in Zion, righteousness. Ya'al, Joel 3:19. Judgment comes for Egypt. Judgment comes for Edom. Judgment is coming for Rome. Judgment coming for the Grecos. Judgment coming for Babylon. But the Most High Yah will cleanse his people. Yah will restore his righteous remnant. So now we close out this powerful live with this. Children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue, do not be deceived by the Greco-Roman Christianites. Don't be deceived by the Christianite ditty religion. Do not bow down to the cross of Greco-Roman made-up religion. Do not let the religious wolves lead you to slaughter. Come out of her, my people, the Bible says. And the time is now. Y'all stay righteous, y'all stay blessed, and vengeance belongs to the Most High Creator, Yah. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shalom, Hakyama, and thank you so much for your assistance tonight. Shalom, Elder Yahya Yazan, and thank you so much for covering the house. Shalom, Yahakanan and Kayana, and thank you so much for covering the house. Shalom, Zedekiah and Yashiyaha, and thank you so much for covering the house. Shalom, Mashiach Assembly Ministries, thank you so much for adding in and allowing to assist me in this teaching of Yah to the children worldwide. And thank you for covering the chat. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all go forth with the fruit from this lesson. Y'all understand. You don't generalize no people on the scale. We know individually people by their fruit. Enemy will come from those of your own household. Don't be looking for skin color. Be looking for fruit. And now we close this live out with the beautiful singing of our daughter of Yah on the screen, Kayana, as she closes us out with this song right here. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Shalom. We live Wednesday, 9 p.m. Shabbat Shalom, 7th day.
He adds secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise God. Praise God. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds to